sun is streaming, it's time to go. Settle down and enjoy the show. Hasanabi, he's the guy I watch on the daily. His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while? He's live 7 days a week. Political chaos is what I seek. Gotta subscribe for the memes in the chat. Say weird shit, you're gonna get clapped. Hasanabi, he's the guy I watch on the daily. His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while? Politics, gaming, and maybe a guest. He's entertaining no matter your interest. I don't know if he's a commie, a tanky, or a champagne socialist, but he fighting power with a golden fist. Hasanabi, he's the guy I watch on the daily. His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while? We about to seize the means of production. Watch the corporate destruction. Talk about the wage gap too. He'll make it easy if you ain't got a clue. Hasanabi, he's the guy I watch on the daily. His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, no matter where you are in the world.
His commentary won't ever fail me. He's genuine and smart and sweet with a smile. So get yourself comfy, won't you stay for a while? Oh, he's a jihadi daddy with a hot fucking body. He isn't a shill for the Democratic lobby. He's informative in a world where all is at stake. But none of that matters, cause it's the top of the hour break.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We're alive on a wonderful day, on a beautiful day, on a fantastic day. When is the 20v1 onk? As later tonight, nephew. Okay, folks, we're alive. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a great one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very important day. Let me tell you why it's an important day. First and foremost, you might be thinking, Hassan, is it an important day because this is just one of those days? Because the Congress is about to shut down the federal government, displacing and putting millions of workers and their continued employment in jeopardy? No, that's not the reason. Why would I say that that's the reason? There's a specific reason why it's a very special day, and that is because it's Friday.
We're finally here, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is finally Friday.
Sunday, what?
That's right. It's fucked up Friday. It's fuck a fan's mom Friday. It's Friday. It is Fry Slay for all of your wonderful contributions that our forefathers have fought long and hard for. We are going to celebrate this joyous occasion because it's an opportunity for you to feel a sense of purpose, a sense of autonomy, a sense of decency and humanity on this wonderful day, Friday, December 20th, 2024, 5 days out from Christmas, also known as Socialismus. It's the freaking weekend, baby. That's right. And we're going to have some fun. We're gonna have immaculate vibes on this beautiful Friday, and I'm gonna get started immediately. You guys waited. You guys waited for me to go live and instantly started blasting me with some clips. Okay, Nick needs help with a Christmas gift for his mom. You're sending me some gifts, sending me some Twitter memes, some TikTok memes. What is this? This is a Sag Ludwig Hassan.
Can I tell you something honestly that I've never told you? I just enjoy hanging out.
This makes me sad. This actually is it's like sad music. But it is kind of it does kind of make me sad because we never hang out anymore. We never hang out anymore. We just don't. And it actually makes me sad. Did he die recently? Yeah. I don't know. I just this is supposed to be like a yaoi edit. But honestly, look at all the fucking clips. Us holding hands, us kissing. You know, us picking each other up. We used to hang out, man. And it just, we don't talk anymore. Have you seen this? Caleb Heron echoing your point. Oh, yeah. We'll talk about this in a second. Caleb is fantastic, by the way. Very funny. What the fuck are you doing so early? I was watching Mike and they're going to go streaming. What? What do you mean doing early? It's 11. You say each other, but Lud is not picking you up. Lud don't know you like that. Stop being parasocial. Yeah, I know. Lud don't know me like that. Or I don't know Lud like that. Yeah. But yeah, personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. And yeah, I got the Keizo clip here too. Apparently there's some drama in our midst. Okay. But before I get to that, personal news wise, ended the broadcast last night after playing some Marvel Rivals, as you guys know, and then I shot the podcast. Incredible episode of the pod. Once again, another banger. Okay, back to back. Fear End is on top right now. Fear End is every episode where we have all four of the guests. Excellent, fantastic. But also,
but I suppose what I'm saying.
What is this? Hassan Piker at Oxford would be funny if it wasn't terrifying. What? Okay. Anyway, clear calendar in February for this.
Just when you thought.
This is that is crazy. My worlds are colliding. Okay. Fear End was a banger. Okay. Well, I'll get to all of the links that you guys are sending me in a second. But where the fuck was I? Yeah, ended the broadcast, did the Fear End podcast, went to bed, woke up early in the morning, and I went and I shot a podcast, as a matter of fact. Normally on Friday mornings, as you guys know, I work out, but this time it was a little different. Why was it a little different? Because I had something else going on. I had to shoot a podcast. And when my manager asked me to do this, I thought, what a crazy opportunity. There's no way this is real. It turns out it is real. Okay. Sean O'Brien has a podcast, which was shocking to me. But basically, yeah, I was one of the first guests that they have. They wanted to have me on. I was like, that's fantastic. What an incredible opportunity. So I got to hang out with them a lot for a couple hours this morning. And it was really good. It was really good. So, yeah. he has a podcast and we hung out on the pod. So, you know, told him I would offer any kind of support I can to the Teamsters, any kind of labor militancy that they're engaging in. I'm always there for them, you know. So it don't matter. Even if we have disagreements on certain things, at the end of the day, even if we have disagreements, yeah, Sean O'Brien is built. He's built as hell. Look at how yacked he is. He's jacked out of his mind, dude. I was like, listen, I'm there for you. I will always be there. So I did ask him the Alex Press question. He already had watched it, by the way, which was kind of funny. He had already seen that. He knew that that question was coming. So, yeah. It's almost been exactly a year since Chad Vice. You still have 10 days to make sure you do at least one Chad Vice this year. Also, you did so much this year. I'm done getting all the clips for the rewind. Hell yeah, little bear. Let's go. I'm very excited about that. So that was cool. That was a fun. That was a fun thing that we did. Okay. Yeah, little bear. I'm excited to see the rewind, the yearly rewind. And yeah, we'll try to make a Chad Vice happen. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can make a Chad Vice happen before the year ends, but we'll see. It's just entirely dependent on who's around for the holiday season. But yeah, meeting up with a lot of baldies these past weeks. Yeah, you already know what it is. So that was cool. That episode will come out soon, hopefully, and we'll watch it on stream. I'm very excited about it. And aside from that, not much. I just drove back here, you know, got back home, took a shower, prepped for the show a little bit. And thank you for the playlist, Amazius. And now I'm ready to let it rip. We got a lot to talk about, but before, let's take a look. There's some drama, big drama happening, apparently. Keizo.
Hey, yo, Hassan, by the way, you're still absolutely unhinged for your Mountain Dew take, buddy.
That's crazy. That's crazy. This man is still talking big shit about the delicious nectar of the gods. Okay? I don't understand it. I think they should have taken his Creator of the Year award away from him, honestly. They probably did not hear about his anti-Dew opinions. You know what I mean? First of all, Mountain Dew has a lot of influence around these parts, okay? They are a gamer fluid. They are a gamer liquid, okay? Mountain Dew is God piss. I agree. It is the delicious nectar of the gods. And I think, honestly, we don't deserve Mountain Dew, okay? We are simply lucky to have Mountain Dew, but we don't deserve it, okay? We don't deserve it. It's too good. It's too good for our mere mortal ways, but it's fine. I don't want to get into it. I personally, I'm partial to... I like that it's radioactive, okay? A lot of people will say, Hassan, that's crazy. That feels like you're drinking, nuclear waste or some shit. But I like it. Like, I think it's cool. It's like a mana potion. You know what I mean? That's what it is. But yeah. What is your favorite non-standard Mountain Dew flavor? Red, orange, blue, Baja. Non-standard, I think what was the one I used to drink a lot? I think it was the Zero Baja that I like, or watermelon. Ooh, the watermelon one was my shit. Oh, wow. DJ Danarchy made a Woke of the Day song. All right. That's crazy. 3 beverages of life, coffee, water, and dew. Live Wire's just Mountain Dew for breakfast. Yeah. Have you found a suitable replacement of Diet Coke? I just drink other diet shit. It's fine. Major Melon is getting discontinued in a few months. Better stock up. Yeah, I don't know why, but that's probably terrifying. Anyway, we got my goat noticed me. He said, "Great spending time with you, Hassan the Hunt. Thanks for all you do supporting working people, brother." Hell yeah. Can I see that fit? What's your sweater, King? Yeah, I'll show you right now. I post an Instagram fit pic every day on my socials, as you guys know. Did you find a duo for your 20v1? No, I did not. I asked Will, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it because I don't think that he wants to take 2 days off in a row, but we'll see. But yeah, this was the fit for the interview that I did with Sean, and then this is the fit that I have rocking today. This is what I'm rocking with. Did you get the Teamsters jacket? No, but they got my address, so he's gonna send me some stuff. Dual stream it like FaZe does? No, I'm not gonna do that. The kicks completed. Nicely done, sir. Thank you. Fear and anime crossover.
He's so unavailable. That's why. I mean, and he's hot too. But that's part of his allure.
Right.
Right. Number one, he's very attractive. But number two, he's got this mystique. He's mysterious. No.
The Dun-da-Don. They made me Dun-da-Don. That's crazy.
But he doesn't look you in the eyes when he talks to you. He ignores
That's
you.
not mystique. That's autism.
Okay, that's true. I think, but it's hotism.
That is hilarious. That is incredible. Does this person not even know? This is so funny. This is hilarious that they don't know. Like, no one here is aware of who this podcast is. You know what I mean? Or what this podcast is. They're just Don fans. That's sick. We've got Palestine Cola in Europe. It's very better than Coca-Cola. The company's not that big, but some small stores already have it. Okay, dude. I know. I know. Palestine Cola. It sounds great. I'm I haven't had it. Maybe I'll try it one day. The problem is my taste buds are so fried from drinking Coca-Cola that like anything that doesn't taste like Coca-Cola, like even Pepsi, I just don't like. I don't fuck with Pepsi because it just doesn't taste like Coca-Cola. It's like near it, but it's not it. So I don't like, I don't think I'll appreciate any of the alternatives. Okay. Anyway, what is Nick saying?
Yeah. Also, Hassan's kind of like a father figure.
Really? He's daddy to you?
You ever been around him? You met Hassan?
Streamer awards.
What do you think?
And he's really tall. That's my impression of him because I was sitting down and he's already as tall. I was like, whoa, this is a tall person.
Wow.
Yeah. And you always have him up on your TV.
Right, and it's crazy that he wasn't my number one watch streamer.
Really?
Oh yeah, because
we're not logged in. So
yeah.
all the streams that I watch.
The Dr. Stone version of the soundbite. That's crazy. I wasn't his number one watch streamer. That's crazy. What is this?
Send her a 2-minute video with Hassan wishing her a happy Xmas.
Oh, I would love to do that.
Oh, that's the best idea I've ever heard. I can get Hassan to record a video when he's working out shirtless, and he can be like, "Oh, Nick's mom, he misses you. Hopes everything is well," as he's pumping iron, right? You know, what a great! Oh my God, that's the best gift anyone could ever get, dude.
I would do that.
You think you'd do it for me?
Easy. Yeah, of course.
That's not a bad idea.
Of course I would do it. What do you mean? That's crazy. All your streamers do is signed out, so you keep your advertiser bags. It's well known. Wait, what? You think streamers want to watch ads, dude? What are you, crazy? First of all, I guess I'm different, but I don't really watch any Twitch whatsoever. Like, so all of my most watched channels when we did that were reflective of like people that I've rated and then just like left up their channel after I rated them. But I would absolutely do a cameo for Nick's mom. You know, anything for Nick. You already know. Okay, speaking of Nick not being a non-hater, apparently this guy made a video about me talking about how devastating it is that Oxford Union called me up. And I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what his deal is, but I think it's pretty funny. Oxford has no credibility. Hassan wearing that blazer plus turtleneck is like pouring screw cap malt liquor into a crystal snifter. Hassan is a full-on propagandist. The parents of a young man questioning Hassan should be extremely proud. I'm so disappointed. But the clips are from Cambridge. So I don't know why I don't know what's going on here, but I will watch this. Oh, this person is a Jordan Peterson defender? Oh, that's amazing. Is Friday Bro Stop? Okay, no, I'm excited to watch this. I will watch this later. But here, there's a play the Caleb clip. Lamau, yeah. Caleb hit a Hasanabi bar in this one. And I really want to have him on the Fear and podcast, actually. He's great.
One of the gayest
He's hilarious.
people I've ever seen.
Elaborate.
Donald Trump is old school gay because, you know, gay guys used to be mean before media training.
And they're nice now.
Gay guys are nice now. I mean, look at me. I do believe that bi people exist. I have grown a little weary of hearing from them. What would I say to Ben Shapiro? A lot of people are short, unattractive, and annoying. You talk about one of the f***iest people to ever walk this earth. You're gonna have trouble getting this episode monetized on YouTube.
Oh, honey, I'm gonna bleep the out of what you're saying.
You're gonna bleep every one of those?
Yes.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. I'm an artist. I'm a perfect sweetheart. I've been nothing but kind on the show. Donald Trump is old school gay where he should have been like a red carpet fashion advisor or something.
Got it.
He should have been standing on the side and being like, that dress, honey, I don't think so. That would have been amazing. I would have watched every night. Instead, he ran for office on a platform of mass deportation. So that's where things got tricky.
Oh my God, this is exactly what you said. Yeah, I mean, because it's true. Anyway, I really like Caleb. I think Caleb is hilarious. Would love to have him on the Fear and Pod. Like, that would be fantastic. For those of you who don't know, Caleb is he's great. He's very funny. Very, very funny comic. Very good podcast. I see their TikToks all the time.
Obviously, but I do think he's very gay.
Yeah. What about Z-Way? Z-Way would be a dream collaboration as well. I was actually supposed to do Z-Way's show. The problem is I was supposed to do Z-Way's show. But unfortunately I wasn't able to do it because I had to do Nick Pollum. Nick had invited me to go to Texas at the time to, like, before Z-Way even asked. And I got the timing wrong. I got the timing wrong, sorry. And I went to Texas to play basketball. Yeah, I had to do Nick Pollum. I had to have sex with him. Yeah, he's hot. Anyway, yeah. What is this clip? Let's blast off. Right. I did him good. Yeah. I did. I did him great. Okay. Elon promotes AFD. Welcome back, Henry Ford. Oh, we got another giveaway. Daily merch giveaway incoming as you type your blast off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, if you write !enter, you will be presented with an opportunity to potentially win a free piece of Hasanabi merch, Union made, American made. As a matter of fact, holy crap, the chat is going crazy. All right, let's get started. I'm going to talk about government shutdown looming. Government shutdown looms. Luigi Mangione, media blitz. Elon promotes AFD. Welcome back, Henry Ford. And more before I do Jason's 20v1 Riz show. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Do we have a blast off meme as well? Okay, everybody pressing enter. Wish we could do more, but we only have 3 left. Chat, you have the chance to buy merch to give away to chat. Type ! merch to find out more. Yeah, you can buy. Time's up, and the winner is Broth One Boy. You won. Broth One Boy, you won. Congratulations. He said no fucking way. Congratulations to Broth One Boy for winning the free merch. Don't forget your merchandise, everything that you purchase off ideology.shop is actually 100% is going to, all the proceeds are. But is this an illegal lottery? No, because you're not actually buying anything. Someone else has the opportunity to gift merchandise by purchasing it for other people, and then we just do a sweepstakes, and there's nothing like, there's no entry. How would that be an illegal lottery? First and foremost, there's no purchase needed to enter it. All you need to do is follow, okay? And, you know, in order to be able to write in the chat, that's the only restriction that there is. And it's not even like to drive up followers or anything. That follower restriction is specifically there so that chat is not rated or botted. It's not even a lottery. It's a giveaway. And also, I make no money off of this anyway. Nobody makes money off of this. Someone will be like, oh, I want to purchase this. All the proceeds literally go to charity. All the proceeds go to charity. Every single piece, every single dime, okay? Beyond the point of cost of production is going to charity. Not even, like, nobody's touching it, okay? Someone else is buying it for others, and you can get it gifted if you are lucky. That's it. Anyway. But I will say that that's a good opportunity for someone. So what you're saying is this is a tax deduction? Yes, I believe it might be for you. I'm not entirely sure if it directly goes. If it's a, I don't think it's a direct, you're greedy, lol. It's not fair that I didn't win, your greedy, lol. I was about to say it's woke of the day, but should be a tax deduction if it's for charity. No, I don't know if it's I don't know if it constitutes for a tax deduction. I'm not entirely sure about that. I will admit, because I didn't set it up. I have no idea. I don't think it's the same as like when we do the Tiltify donos. I think you're just straight up buying merch and it doesn't qualify as a tax deduction, I don't think, because it goes back to Warren James, and then from Warren James it goes to the charity. We are 30 minutes into Friday Fun Day. Please, for the love of God, stop auto reading haters' messages. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. What charity is it going to? It's going to Raíces, Texas. This is who I am working with. Okay. They are they're a 501c3 that works with undocumented migrants, specifically in the state of Texas. Since 1986, Raíces legal and social service providers have modeled what a humane immigration system could look like in the United States. We open over 10,000 cases each year without free and low-cost legal services and access to holistic, trauma-informed care. Most of our clients, including children of all ages, would have to go to the court along with zero representation. Yeah. Raíces. Anyway, it's so funny. Like, I will literally try to do my very best to be a good person. Okay? Like, and this is at no, like, this doesn't do anything for me at all. It's not like money in my pocket. I don't even get like a tax deduction out of this at all. Or like, there's nothing. Like, this doesn't touch me at all. I just want to literally fucking fundraise for a charity that I care about. And there are still dumb fucks in the chat who are like, it's not ethical enough for me. It's like union made merchandise, American domestic manufacturing. Literally all the proceeds are going to fucking charity. And there's still motherfuckers that are going to chirp about it. So fucking annoying. Anyway. Yeah. Why do you stream on a MAGA-owned platform? Because I'm MAGA, dude. Because I'm literally a racist Republican. I love Donald Trump. I am MAGA. Anyway, I think I have noticed, at least in my own, like in the way that I operate, I've noticed that I've started to get more angry. Do we have a blast off meme chat? I've started getting angry again. I think I'm gonna have to, take a day off eventually. Most likely soon. Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. Because I'm noticing that I'm like I have a shorter fuse, and I think people are taking advantage of that right now. I recommend taking off on January 6th. No. All right, let's get it started. Here, we've blasted off. Just a day, how about 2? No, I'm not taking off on Christmas. I'm actually doing Socialismus on Christmas too. Oh shit, chat just bought more merch to give away, so now we have 5 more to give. This is gonna be a great cause. Ignore the chirpers. 1 more to give away after you get a meme. Sure, let's do another one. All right, hit enter. I think after it's announced. All right, from this point on, you have to type in enter, ! Enter. Also, I'm blasting off as well, which is not the best time to hit enter, but go retweet this fucking blast off as well. Go interact with it. Go like it. All right. Meanwhile, to all the people who are chirping at me, here's the woke of the day song. All right, it's time. Clap for the woke of the day song. Clap. Yes. Clap for the chatter. You, my friend, are woke of the day. For woke of the day, your reward is a week-long suspension. But before I deliver it to you, what are your final words? I can't do it. I couldn't do it. God, I'm such a bitch. It's DJ Danarchy. This is he's a notorious, very famous leftist music guy. Yes! Clap for the chatter. All right, DJ Danarchy famously made all the Majority Report songs. Woke of the day song. Clap. Yes! Clap for the chatter. Clap. Well, oh, Warren James, congratulations. Random process. You won. Yo, I'm EU. How does this work? You go to the ideology.shop/pages/redeem to claim your prize. And then afterwards, I mean, you might have to pay for the shipping, but bought my wife through your shirt. She doesn't know who you are. Spreading the gospel. Latest shirts were sick. Hell yeah. Speaking of which, did you see AOC was on Majority Report? I did see that. I did see that. That's great. I love that. Woke of the Day song. Are you going to talk about Elon shutting down legislation? No, I'm not. I'm not going to talk about that. Okay. Scammed shipping. You motherfuckers will never be happy for the rest of your lives. And you are, I don't know. Maybe it's like, I shouldn't. People are just trying to make jokes and they just don't have the capacity to make jokes other than being fucking annoying little nuisances in a leftist chat. I think that's all this is. Hasana, we'll go to Zach Fox's set in Paris. If you read this, there you go. Now you have to go. Oh, the gifter pays for the shipping? Okay, never mind. Have you seen this insanity? Is it the Mr. Beast shit? Dude, there's some... Look, I'm not a hater at all. You know, I've even been known to defend Mr. Beast at times, and I've been critical of Mr. Beast at times when it's worthy, when he's done things that are absolutely deserving of criticism. I don't know what it is about the Mr. Beast, like, the crazy Mr. Beast, like, Squid Game shit, but, like, some about it rubs me the wrong way. On the one hand, I understand. On the one hand, I totally understand that it's just reality TV. That's all it is. He's just doing reality TV. On the other hand, like, the entire point of Squid Games was that it's bad to get a bunch of poor people to basically fucking go on this journey where they put themselves in these, like, horrific conditions for the sake of our entertainment. And then we just kind of did it. Like, we didn't understand the point of the show. And it was very blunt. It wasn't like the show itself wasn't exactly subtle about the message. You know what I mean? It was very clearly like, this is bad and wrong. Like, the villains are the people who derive satisfaction from watching poor people suffer. And we kind of did that. Like, we're kind of doing that. Well, I guess people don't die in the Mr. Beast games. So there's that. And I think he, like, gives them money even if they, just for participating, even if they lose. But like I said, it's weird. It's just, like, kind of rubs me the wrong way. I don't know what it is. Maybe I hate being the fucking one friend who's too woke, you know? You never want to be the one friend who's too woke. But on the one hand, it's just like regular ass reality TV. Like, what the fuck? It ain't no different. I mean, it ain't different at all from regular ass reality TV. It's literally the same, right? But also on the other hand, it's like, maybe it's because, like, Jimmy Mr. Beast Donaldson is like a content creator who I know, who I have met, who I've been around physically. It just, like, feels weird. And especially because it's like Squid Game. So I don't know. You're overthinking it. It's not that deep. Yeah, I'm telling you. Can I just say, I think it's okay to be like, something about it rubs me the wrong way and just leave it at that. Like, I don't think he's the most evil person on the planet or anything. I'm just saying it rubs me the wrong way, while also simultaneously recognizing that I think I have an unfair standard applying in this process. It's the most normal way. I think it's the most normal way to approach the subject matter. It doesn't have to be life or death. It doesn't have to be black and white. You know? That's it. That's all I'm saying. But I guess that puts me at woke of the day. That's what it does. I'm the woke of the day. It reduces the twist in the populist message of the original show. Sure, it's innocent, but it's counteracting the message the creators intended. I mean, nobody gives a fuck about that, okay? Like, I don't think Squid Games in and of itself was this revolutionary piece of work that was going to, change global discourse. Like, I don't think that's the case either. I just, Anyway, here, let's blast off. Like I said, gives himself a 1 week ban equals vacation. Yeah. All right, let's talk about the real Squid Games. American Congress, am I right? Ba-dum-tus. All right. Government shutdown looms as planned, backed by President-elect Trump, also known as President-elect Elon Musk, fails in Congress. And it failed partially because of the Republicans, because the Republicans can't get their ducks in a row, can't get their house in check.
So it's a government shutdown just hours away if Congress cannot make a deal. Yesterday, a plan supported by President-elect Donald Trump was killed when dozens of Republicans joined the Democrats to vote against it. This is House Speaker Mike Johnson, his second attempt at a deal. The last compromise had bipartisan support, but was killed after opposition from Donald Trump and from billionaire Elon Musk, who the Democrats are complaining is having way too much influence. Scott McFarlane is on Capitol Hill with the very latest. Scott, good morning. This is such a saga.
Oh, Gail, this is a potentially dangerous political standoff with hundreds of thousands of federal workers and people who need government services and government benefits hanging in the balance, and President-elect Trump thrusting himself right in the middle of it.
The bill is not passed.
Trying to escape a federal government shutdown ahead of the holidays, Congress instead slammed into a dead end.
We will regroup and we will come up with another solution.
After President-elect Trump and billionaire Elon Musk, who's been tasked with cutting government spending, blew up a compromise plan both parties supported to keep the government open. House Republicans tried a different plan last night, less expensive, still including billions of dollars in disaster aid for hurricane-devastated communities, but cutting priorities for Democrats, including health programs. And the new bill included Trump's demand to raise the nation's debt ceiling for 2 years before he even takes office. Trump championed the proposal as a success and good deal on social media. But the bill fell far short, with dozens of Republican members not on board.
I'm not going to go vote for another debt ceiling increase without actual specifics on what the cuts will be. That's a non-starter for me.
And Democrats almost all opposed.
The Musk-Johnson proposal is not serious. It's laughable.
It's just horrific that they have thrust us into this kind of chaos already.
As the clock ticks down, it's federal workers who may end up paying the price.
It brings on anxiety, especially during this time of year.
Aaron Barker works for the TSA and is a union rep at Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
We are definitely praying and hoping, fingers, toes, whatever you can cross, that it does not happen.
And he warns even though TSA officers are essential employees and remain on the job, there could be shortages if some don't show.
It could be very bad. If it gets to a point where TSA workers have to choose between, am I going to feed my children, put gas in my car, or come to work because they're without a paycheck, that's definitely going to affect the way that passengers travel throughout the nation.
Here's an ominous sign. The day
So you were trolling me when you said you wouldn't talk about Elon? I often miss context clues. No, I am going to talk about Elon, man. What the fuck? Yes, I'm going to talk about Elon Musk. Of course, he is playing a formative role in this back and forth, in this process. Isn't it literally on the fucking, it was in my blast off tweet, man. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Begins with both parties blaming each other for this impasse. And when he left the Capitol last night, House Speaker Mike Johnson was asked if a new plan would make it to the floor today. And he responded, "We'll see." Tony, we will see.
Hardly inspiring, Scott. Thank you very much. For more on President-elect Trump's demands, let's.
Okay, let's do some basics. Let's start up from the top. Okay? Let's start from the tippy top. What is a government shutdown?
Well, here we go again. The government is heading toward a possible shutdown, and it's the third such threat in just 5 months. In fact, money for some government agencies will run out in just 2 days if Congress does not reach an agreement. But what does it all mean?
As you guys know, Congress has up until midnight. This is a video from 9 months ago. The last time they passed a continued resolution funding bill to fund the federal government. Okay? This bill funds the federal government until today, actually, midnight tonight. Congress has until midnight tonight to come up with a way to fund the government, or the federal agencies will shut down, meaning hundreds and thousands of federal employees could be sent home, or even worse, stay on the job without pay just ahead of the holidays. Now, originally, the Republicans had a bipartisan plan that they ended up abandoning to prevent a shutdown after President-elect Elon Musk, alongside Vice President-elect Donald Trump, came out against it. They were railing against it. Trump told House Speaker Mike Johnson to essentially renegotiate the deal days before this deadline. Okay? And in the last couple of days, there's been a lot of back and forth. And the Republicans did that. They were like, all right, well, our God King Elon Musk wants us to renegotiate this, so let's put it together. And in the revamped continued resolution, they took out a bunch of funding for absolute necessities, funding for rural hospitals, funding for like child cancer research, just like insane stuff. Okay, things that you might look at and go, why is that in a continued resolution? Now that's understandable. We're like, why is that in the federal funds? Why is that in the federal funding bill for the government? And part of the reason for why it's because that's just how we fund things. The other reason is because continued resolutions are must-pass bills for the most part, obviously. And a lot of people add on things that they desperately need to fund into bills such as this one, because if you're oblivious to the way Congress operates, unfortunately, nothing gets passed in our legislative body unless it is unlimited funds to Israel, unlimited funds to the military-industrial complex, or, I guess, messaging bills that make it so that it's illegal to hurt the feelings of Israel. Things of that nature get passed, but everything else does not, which is why this has to get passed, and which is why a lot of people will add things on to these must-pass bills. And sometimes Republicans like to take things out that are necessary from these sorts of bills. All right? One of the many ways in which you can nuke a bill and force people to renegotiate. There's certain ways that they do this. One is a poison pill provision. Usually they'll add on like something so unacceptable and so insane to the bill that no one on the other side is going to agree to it. So then you go back to the drawing board. Other things that Republicans will often do is I guess it's the reverse of pork. Pork is what they consider unnecessary spending tacked onto this bill. Usually it's stuff like FEMA, additional funds for disaster relief, things that people need. Republicans would call that pork to say, that's just extra stuff that you want to add on there. Who needs that? Right? Except people do need that. But this back and forth obviously has pushed this otherwise the continued resolution bill that would fund the federal government into this weird limbo. But what does it mean if the government shuts down? A government shutdown happens when Congress doesn't pass legislation, either temporarily or more permanently funding the government, and such a measure isn't signed by the president. And the government shutdown would start if Congress doesn't approve this continuing resolution or a permanent spending measure by Friday. When the fiscal year ended September 30th, Congress passed a temporary funding bill to keep the government in operation, and that measure is expiring tonight at midnight. But you might be wondering which government agencies would be affected by this shutdown. Each federal agency has its own plans and its own budgets. They have their own ways of dealing with a shutdown, but basically any government operation deemed non-essential would just simply cease happening. They would stop it. And hundreds of thousands of federal employees' work would be disrupted. Like if you're in a federally funded, publicly funded research lab, for example, and you're no longer getting paid, you might have to abandon your research. Sometimes when you abandon that research completely falls apart. These are some of the many ways in which a full-blown government shutdown would devastate American society in relatively intangible and somewhat invisible ways. Okay? Sometimes workers are furloughed, meaning that they keep their jobs but temporarily don't work until the government reopens. Other federal workers may stay on the job, essential workers, but without pay, with the expectation that they will be paid back in full once the government reopens. The conversation around government shutdowns happen fairly frequently because America has a very unique debt ceiling process where there's always a back and forth, a political football, if you will. Okay? The basic rules for who works and who doesn't date back to the early 1980s and haven't been significantly modified since, under a precedent-setting memorandum penned by the president at the time, Ronald Jebediah Reagan, the Antichrist himself. His budget chief, David Stockman, said federal workers are exempted from furloughs if their jobs are national security related or if they perform essential activities that protect life and, of course, more important than life, property. Essential government agencies like the FBI, the Border Patrol, and the Coast Guard will remain open. Transportation Security Administration officers would continue to staff airport checkpoints. The U.S. Postal Service also won't be affected because it is an independent agency, but national parks and monuments would close. Troops would stay at their posts, but many civilian employees and agencies like the Department of Defense would be sent home. Court systems would be affected too, with civil proceedings paused while criminal prosecutions continue. Automated tax collections would stay on track, but the IRS would also stop auditing tax returns. Now, the government shutdown won't affect Social Security checks. Recipients of both Social Security and Medicare would continue to receive their benefits, which are part of the mandatory spending that is not subject to the annual appropriations measures. Doctors and hospitals would also continue to get their Medicare and Medicaid reimbursements, so do not worry about that front. But it's possible that new applications won't be processed. During government shutdown in 1996, thousands of Medicare applicants were turned away daily. You might be wondering what a continuing resolution is, and that is when Congress is down to the wire on passing measures to fund the federal government, the term CR often comes up. It is a temporary spending bill that lets the federal government stay open and operational before Congress and the president have approved a more permanent appropriation. A clean CR is essentially a bill that extends existing appropriations at the same levels as the prior fiscal year, which was the original clean CR bill that was put up that Elon Musk and Donald Trump had issues with, apparently. Elon Musk especially had issues with it. But we shall see in this last minute scramble. AOC was saying on Majority Report that this is happening over the debt ceiling now because Trump's tax cuts are up for renewal next year, which will increase the deficit. Republicans, Elon, are getting ahead of it. Yes, I suspect that a big part of this is because Donald Trump wants to make the tax cuts permanent, the ones that were supposed to be sunsetting, specifically for middle class and poorer Americans. And he won't just do that on its own. He's not going to use that as a standalone to be like, oh, yeah, we're going to also make the tax cuts for the working class permanent. He will most likely use that as an opportunity to say, we're making those tax cuts permanent while also offering additional tax cuts to corporations. There's an idea about there's an initiative to lower the already incredibly low corporate tax rate down to 15%. So this is most likely a measure to make sure that there are no hurdles in front of Donald Trump, at least up until the midterm elections. This is why Donald Trump has come back and claimed that he wants to push this new bill. He wants to push a bill that is close to the clean continued resolution. That actually isn't the same at all. They took a bunch of those. They took a bunch of funding initiatives out of that, and are forcing them to be standalone bills. But also, funding for child cancer research, things of that nature. But also, perhaps most importantly, they want to increase the debt limit, the debt ceiling, until January 2027. The reason why they want to do that is because Donald Trump does not want to have these back and forth battles while he is the president with the Democratic Party. This is obviously a weapon, not dissimilar to the filibuster in some ways, that the minority party, the party not in power, can use to their advantage to make sure that they get their spending priorities across. Now, part of the reason why Elon Musk has also been pushing for this, according to David Dan of The American Prospect, is because Elon Musk has factories in China. There's a mundane reason for the late-term chaos, and it's called conflict of interest. David says this is the first scandal of the second Trump term, and take a long look because it's going to look like all the other scandals. A conflict of interest among his impossibly wealthy advisors and aides, or for Trump himself, seeping over into policy. The measure at issue is known as the outbound investment provision. We have heard for years about the problem of manufacturing businesses shipping jobs overseas to China with its low worker wages and low environmental standards. China typically forces businesses wanting to locate factories in its country to transfer their technology and intellectual property to Chinese firms, which can then use that to undercut competitors in the global markets with state support. Now, of course, American capitalists know this. They are not oblivious to this reality at all, and they have voluntarily done so. Make no mistake, when Americans talk about China stealing our IP and you're a regular old consumer, that has nothing to do with you. Okay? That has nothing to do with you. American corporate oligarchs knew that this was a reality. It was a firm handshake commitment that they would take advantage of low wages in China and ship manufacturing overseas to China, make China the manufacturing hub of the global economy. And part of that was that they would give Chinese companies their intellectual property with the, dare I say, Orientalist, racist notion that these barbaric Chinese workers would never be able to keep up with American technological innovation. And well, it turns out in 2024, China has not only kept up, but as in some of the key sectors that they have been focusing on since 2015 under the leadership of Xi Jinping, they've actually become sector leaders. And now that those chickens are coming home to roost, the American labor force is completely gutted and destroyed because our capital owners have voluntarily moved manufacturing over to China, and China has developed at a rapid clip with a much better redistribution of the foreign capital that has come into the Chinese marketplace. China is now no longer just a global competitor, but actually a global dominator in key sectors. this is part of the reason why American manufacturers or American capitalists are very frustrated, very scared. It was a gamble for them. It was a gamble for them, and the Genghis Gambit actually worked in China's favor. Now, Congress has been working itself into a lather about China for years now, and they finally came up with a way to deal with this issue. Senators John Cornyn and Bob Casey have the flagship bill, which would either prohibit U.S. companies from investing in sensitive technologies in China, including semiconductors and artificial intelligence, or set up a broad notification regime around it. The bill would add some reporting requirements and enhance reviews as well. In general, it expands restrictions that the Treasury Department has already put forward in their regulatory rules. Codifying those rules into statute means they cannot be changed by successive administrations. Cornyn and Casey passed the Senate last year, and after about a year of legislative wrangling, a final outbound investment package made it into the year-end bill. We're taking a necessary step to safeguard American innovation against bad actors and ensure our lasting dominance on the world stage, Cornyn said in a statement. Problem is, Elon Musk has manufacturing facilities in Shanghai. Elon Musk's car company has a significant amount of outbound investment. A Tesla Gigafactory in Shanghai opened in 2019. Maybe a quarter of the company's revenue comes from China. Musk has endorsed building a second Tesla factory in China, where his grip on the electric vehicle market is completely loosened amid domestic competition. He is working with the Chinese government to bring full self-driving technology to China. In other words, importing a technology they may be seen as sensitive. Musk has battery and solar panel factories that are not yet in China, but he may want to build them in China in the future. You can argue about whether the U.S. should be restricting investment in China, says David Dayen, but it's incontrovertible that a billionaire who has a bunch of investments in China and wants to make more all of a sudden disrupted a normal congressional process that was going to restrict that investment with a bunch of lies from his media platform. And lo and behold, when the new funding bill emerged, the outbound investment feature was dropped. In fact, all traces of provisions related to China were removed from the bill. Now, whether you agree with continued investments into Chinese development and Chinese manufacturing or not, does not change the fundamental problem at play here. A billionaire with a clear conflict of interest was able to take a legislative provision that has been on the docket, a bipartisan legislative provision that has been on the docket that is trade protectionist or somewhat isolationist, okay, and nuke it into orbit. What's even funnier about this is that this is supposed to be our global enemy, okay, our universal enemy, the number one enemy of all time, the Chinese government. And yet, the otherwise reactionary Republicans are completely oblivious. Normally, if you were to turn around and say, what the fuck? This is a limiter on American corporations that want to work in China. This is restrictions that already exist through the Treasury Department that we are codifying through the legislative body to ensure that our really sensitive IP is not falling on Chinese hands. This is something that Americans talk about all the time. American corporate leaders talk about it all the time. Oh, China is stealing our lunch money. They're stealing our innovative products. They're stealing our technology. And with all of this unrestricted xenophobic sentiment running rampant, despite the fact that Americans are hypocritical and self-centered, people are oblivious to this. And it's actually the same dynamic that I've talked about quite a bit with respect to who's a good billionaire and who's a bad billionaire. Now, I have a principled stance on this. I don't think that any billionaire is quote-unquote good. I don't think anyone is good or bad. They're just operating on self-interest under a capitalist system. And the reality that billionaires even exist is a significant failure of policy in my assessment. Okay? Having said that, however, Republicans don't understand the world in that way. And neither do Democrats, really. Liberal Democrats and liberal Republicans both have a different partisan approach. They think some billionaires are bad and scary, and some billionaires are good and champions of the people. Now, I wouldn't even say that the Democratic Party is so on board with like good billionaires and bad billionaires to the same degree that the Republicans are. Republicans are severely anti-billionaire when they've decided a billionaire is a libtard. They hate Bill Gates, and they claim that Bill Gates is vaccinating the children because Bill Gates wants all the kids to be gay and autistic. There are many real reasons to hate Bill Gates, like the fact that he has, behind closed doors, virtually dismantled American public education and rebuilt it in his own vision. And I think that was devastating. That's a real adequate way to shit on Bill Gates, but Republicans don't know that. And Republicans think that they're actually in line with the policies of school choice, for example. But at the same time, there is an autistic billionaire that wants to put a fucking chip in your brain. That autistic billionaire's name is Elon Musk, and yet the Republican Party thinks Elon Musk is a champion of the American people. It blows my fucking mind. You think Bill Gates wants to make you autistic with a vaccine chip? Elon Musk is literally working on Neuralink, and yet Republicans don't understand that. They're like, they don't realize. They're like, oh, the government's surveilling us, brother. They're surveilling us. Okay, Elon Musk is literally a defense contractor with a surveillance mechanism. Peter Thiel, Palantir, that is a surveillance company. So many of the billionaires in Trump's orbit are the exact cartoon villains that you present libtard billionaires as. Now, this isn't to say that those libtard billionaires aren't doing a whole bunch of awful things that ruin your lives as well. They certainly are. But it's hilarious to me that they just refuse to comprehend that their guys are doing this too. Okay? Do you support surveillance? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Anyway, so that's the Elon Musk part of this equation that I wanted to briefly touch on. So on the one hand, the major point of contention here is obviously to eviscerate the debt limit until 2027, January 2027, so that Donald Trump can do whatever the fuck he wants to without any sort of setbacks that the Republicans, or not the Republicans, that the Democrats can use to their advantage when Trump becomes the president. But there's also other provisions that were taken out of this bill, specifically so that Elon Musk can continue working unrestricted in China, continue operating in China. Just so people understand. So, that's what a government shutdown is. Now, you might be wondering, okay, what is the debt ceiling? Well, let's do that too.
The American government spends more than it collects in taxes and must borrow the difference. For years, investors have gladly lent money to the federal government by buying treasury bonds because they are confident the United States always pays its debts. But what if it didn't? The threat is real. Under the law, Congress must periodically raise what's called the country's debt limit, or the government won't have enough money to meet its obligations, such as paying interest on bonds or delivering checks to contractors, soldiers, or Social Security recipients. The debt limit is easily misunderstood. Raising it does not authorize new spending. It simply allows the government to borrow enough to pay the bills Congress has already approved. Not raising the debt limit is like ordering an expensive restaurant meal and then refusing to pay when the bill arrives. The United States has always avoided a crisis by raising or suspending the debt limits, about 80 times since 1960. But the risks look higher this time. House Republicans see the debt limit as leverage. They are
Why are you playing lib-ass videos? I mean, it's an explainer on what it is and why it exists. I don't know why you're frustrated by this. It's a 2-minute video. You'll be fine. Okay. Now, should the debt limit exist? I don't agree. I don't think it should, and seemingly Donald Trump doesn't think it should either. Having said that, however, while it does exist, it is a very valuable political weapon for the Democrats to use. And the thing is, the Republicans don't want to do that, and they never will do that, as a matter of fact. But overall, the United States is the only country with a debt limit. The United States is the only country with a debt limit that is close to the debt it has. There are some other countries that have a debt ceiling, but it's it rate adjusts year over year, and it's so high that it's virtually impossible to reach it. Yeah, Denmark has one, but it's 200% of its GDP.
Are threatening to raise it only if President Joe Biden and Democrats agree to spending cuts. They did not hesitate to raise the debt limit when Republican Donald Trump occupied the White House. Since then, the federal government's debts have grown even larger as Presidents Trump and Biden spent heavily to support the American economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. The government reached the $31.38 trillion debt limit in January. The Treasury Department can use accounting maneuvers to delay the day of reckoning, but not indefinitely. Democrats and Republicans may not be able to resolve their differences and raise the debt limit before the clock runs out. If that happens, the government might have to prioritize spending, paying some bills but not others, and making agonizing choices such as who gets paid first, a Chinese bondholder, say, or a senior who relies on Social Security. But the result could be a blow to the United States' reputation for honoring its debts and could risk triggering a global economic and financial catastrophe.
I think it's funny because it's just like a made up, in my assessment, especially in a country like the United States of America, is a completely made up limiter that we've decided must exist. And it's yet another political hurdle where both parties can use it wield it as a weapon against the other, because the threat of a shutdown is severe, right? And nobody wants to be responsible. Nobody wants to be held responsible for the shutdown. Part of the problem here is that the Democrats are currently in office. I mean, they own the White House. Joe Biden is the president. However, as we all currently understand, Joe Biden is not really alive. He's basically in a vegetative state. So the Republicans are kind of holding the bag, so to speak. So this is a politically tumultuous moment for them, because they are left as the singular sole responsible party for everything bad that happens. So that's it. It's like a self-inflicted wound that Republicans squeeze every time they need something. Yeah. They certainly don't mind it when, Donald Trump is president, of course. So I do want to cover I also want to cover the Joe Brandon video as well. Like not the video, sorry, but the Joe Brandon coverage that came out of Wall Street Journal yesterday, talking about how they managed this geriatric man's declined mental faculties. But yeah. But before we do that, President-elect Trump discusses possible shutdown in an exclusive interview.
Bring in Robert Costa, who spoke with the president-elect by phone yesterday. Bob, good morning to you. So Trump and Musk kill one bill, then they put one forward. Congress kills that bill. Now we're at this impasse. What exactly does Donald Trump want out of this, and what's the strategy now?
Good morning, Tony. When you step back and look at this spectacle, it can look like a spending fight. But for President-elect Trump, it's about more than that. When I spoke with him by phone yesterday,
Yo, you were against raising the limit yesterday. What happened, brother? No, I'm in favor of nuking it. But also, as it stands, I'm not in favor of nuking it currently. I'm not in favor of nuking it without any assurances. I'm certainly not in favor of nuking it, or rather, not even nuking it, but passing a increase simply for the Republicans to be able to push their agenda when the Democrats are not in power. Do you understand?
yesterday, he made it clear that he wants an extension or elimination of the debt ceiling. That's the federal government's borrowing limit, so he can have a clean runway come 2025 when he wants to pursue legislation on immigration and border security and tax reform and not having to deal with a debt limit showdown. So this is about setting the stage for next year as much as it is about getting a spending package through.
Speaking of setting the stage, some people were referring to Elon Musk, who helped kill the first version of this bill, as the first buddy, but now they're saying, no, he's actually President Musk. What does what happened in this case tell us about what could happen in the next 4 years?
It's intriguing. There's a bit of a divide in President-elect Trump's inner circle. Some privately tell me Musk is flying a little bit close to the sun, but others say he put a lot of money into this campaign. He's friendly with President-elect Trump, and right now he's trying to help Trump enact his agenda on Capitol Hill, and that Musk is pretty safe at this moment. And Musk has spent a lot of time building relationships with members of Congress as he tries to get that caucus going, DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, come next year.
Hey, Bob, before you go, yesterday, a Georgia appeals court disqualified Fani Willis and her entire office, actually, from overseeing Trump's election interference prosecution in that state. How did the president-elect react to that news?
Well, you won't be surprised. He was very dismissive of the Georgia election interference case and of Fani Willis. When I spoke to President-elect Trump, he said the case wasn't a real case, and now it's off his plate. He still faces a bit of a legal challenge in New York with his conviction there, though it's uncertain exactly how that's going to play out. The judge has not dismissed the case at this moment or the conviction, but Trump's lawyers continue to fight it.
All right, Bob.
Musk must be emptying out his pockets. Oh, wait, he has infinite money. Yeah, and it's also an incredible investment. Every single time he spends money in any direction is a fantastic opportunity for him because he gets a return on that. Musk's net worth is entirely reliant on his companies or the way that people speculate about his companies. So him having this like broad power over the federal regulatory agencies and being in Trump's pocket actually causes people to go, oh, I'm going long on his companies. He's going to go to the moon. That also contributes to his net worth. That's precisely the reason why he added billions of dollars to his net worth since the election. There's also, exactly, promised federal contracts at play here. Not only does he rely heavily on government subsidies, but he also gets regulated by the government regulatory agencies. He can now demand more subsidies if he wants to. He can do whatever he wants. We've basically made the richest man on the planet the God King of the United States of America and therefore the planet. And it's, I guess, a more direct relationship than the indirect one that already existed. Okay? These guys already controlled the federal government. They already controlled the regulatory agencies by way of revolving doors from, Congress to K Street, Wall Street to K Street. But now they have a much more direct line. Donald Trump is a malleable and very corrupt individual. He doesn't give a shit. It's great if you come to him and you kiss the ring. He's going to give you anything you want, really, depending on how much you pay for it. It's just how it works. Because no way it's more sophisticated than that. No, it's not. It's not more sophisticated than that at all. It literally is that simple. I'm not even being reductive when I say Elon Musk has direct access to Donald Trump and has direct control over the federal regulatory agencies. Every single federal regulatory agency has unironically prosecuted Elon Musk. Like from OSHA to the EPA, like every single regulatory body has in some way, shape, or form investigated Elon Musk. Now he has control over all of them. So it's just cutting out the middleman. No need to spend money lobbying when you are in the White House. Yeah. This is why I always say in China, the government controls corporations. In America, the corporations control the government. In China, when the richest man tried to tell the government how to function, he had to go on a long vacation, and then his company was taken away. Food for thought. Yeah. Where is Mr. Alibaba? Nobody knows. He had to go away for a while and then come back and sing the praises of the leadership. Where is Jack Ma? Someone might ask. He went on a long vacay.
I can't give you the update yet. I got one more detail. I got. Wait.
I will say this much. I do enjoy watching Mike Johnson sweat a little bit because he is such a little freak. Okay? He is such a little freak. So, personally, I do appreciate him sweating and on the political chaos and instability caused by his own party. So, it's wonderful. Let them fight, I say. Republicans who are so one note and so one speed and so hyper invested in running obstruction are, once again, obstructing themselves.
We have a unified Republican conference. There is a unanimous agreement in the room that we need to move forward. I will not telegraph to you the specific details of that yet because I've got a couple of things I got to wrap up in a few moments upstairs, but I expect that we will be proceeding forward. We will not have a government shutdown, and we will meet our obligations for our farmers who need aid, for the disaster victims all over the country, and for making sure that military and essential services and everyone who relies upon the federal.
That's so funny when they talk about that stuff because, like, okay, you think like we don't need rural hospitals to be funded? Like, there are so many things that the Republicans advocated to cut out of this CR bill that are just as necessary as the things that they're pointing to. And the irony, of course, is that Mike Johnson would have been super happy passing a clean resolution or a clean CR bill that was basically a continued resolution that already had concessions made that the Democrats had given to the Republican Party, including limiting the funding of the IRS. Like, the Republicans literally clawed back IRS funding in the previous CR, in the previous continued resolution. So Democrats had already played ball with these Republicans, which is precisely the reason why Mike Johnson wanted to pass that with ease. And then Elon Musk came out and tweeted 122 times over the course of 24 hours about how devastating this was, about how angry he was that this continued resolution was going to go through. And they shut that shit down.
Federal government for a paycheck is paid over the holidays. I'll give you the more details here in just a few moments.
Have you talked to President-elect Trump about this? Have you talked to the President-elect, Mr. Speaker?
Please heads up. Puts up his shoes. Make way. Sir, is there a vote this afternoon and what time?
Very likely, yes.
We start, of course, on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are scrambling to figure out a way to keep the government lights on through the holidays. About 30 minutes from now, House Speaker Mike Johnson will try to sell his colleagues on what we are now told is a three-part plan to fund.
Oh, this is also the best part. This is anecdotal from people I know who work in politics, but the vibe on the Hill at the moment is super bad because everyone wants to not be there and want to be home for the holidays. This is the age-old trope in Congress, is that Congress hates working in general, and we all know that, but they especially hate working around the holidays. They will literally, you can get shit that you never thought would get passed through, because none of these old, wealthy pieces of shit want to be in Washington, D.C. during holiday season. They want to be back home. So they will quite literally make concessions that you consider unimaginable, like red lines. You'll be like, what? How did they get this passed? They got it passed because they want to be home. They hate working. Major point of contention.
The government, and do so through March. Now, one notable aspect as of now is that it does not include what the president-elect Donald Trump had wanted in the first place, which is a plan to raise the debt ceiling now. CNN's Mani Raju joins me from Capitol Hill. Tell us more about this plan, and the obvious question is, will he have enough votes to pass it?
Yeah, that is the big question, but we now know they are settling on a plan to essentially move these pieces of legislation separately. Remember, this is all tied together as one big package to keep the government open, along a whole wide range of other issues. Roughly $100 billion in aid for natural disasters that have hit across the country, aid directly to farmers who have been hit by bad conditions and the like. And Donald Trump injecting that last toxic effort to raise or suspend the national debt limit. He asked for that in the 11th hour. That scuttled that bipartisan deal earlier this week. But we are now learning, according to our sources inside a closed-door meeting with the Speaker of the House, that they plan to separate out each of these bills and move them individually. That would include a 3-month extension of government funding, a $100 billion disaster relief package, and a $10 billion farm package. Now, here's the other catch. That push by Donald Trump to suspend the national debt limit will be set aside because they simply do not have the votes to move it ahead. That's because of opposition, not just from Democrats who believe that they would allow Donald Trump to move his agenda next year if they were to agree to that now, but also conservative Republicans who don't want to raise the national debt limit. So now this is the big question. Will Democrats support this? Because Democratic support is necessary. And I caught up with Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, ahead of a closed-door meeting, and he indicated for the first time in recent days that negotiations are ongoing.
Lines of communication have been reopened. We're going to do everything we can to avoid a catastrophic government shutdown.
Do you think that there's any appetite at all to give Republicans something on the debt limit?
On the debt limit?
Yeah.
No.
It's a total red line for you.
Yeah. Because here's the thing. The debt limit, the reason he's trying to do that is so that he can pass Trump tax scam 2.0 next year and not have to worry about the fact that it's going to drive up the debt by another several $1 trillion.
So this would force, given the Democratic opposition to the debt limit and also conservative Republican opposition, Donald Trump will essentially have to concede on what he has been demanding for the last couple of days. The question is, how will Trump react to this? I am told that there's going to be a Republican agreement to try to move on the debt limit next year, not deal with it this year. And Dana, where will the votes ultimately come down? The other discussion is, will they vote tonight on this using a procedure that would require 2/3 majority of the House to advance it, meaning a lot of Democrats are to support each of these individual bills in this separate vote strategy, or wait till tomorrow and try to do it along party lines.
The Dems would raise the limit if they were a majority and won the election. Yes. I like that the one instance where the Democrats are playing good politics, everybody gets mad when they're like, what do you mean? They're being hypocritical. It's like, yeah, dude, that's politics, baby. Yeah. No shit. And the Republicans would be on the other side going, absolutely not, absolutely not, absolutely not. We care about fiscal responsibility here. It's ironic because there are some Republicans out there who are just like anti-CR no matter what. They're just like fundamentally at odds with funding the federal government. Okay? They just don't fuck with that. They're there to blow shit up. Not because they're like fiscally responsible. Of course, those same Republicans unconditionally will offer support and demonstrate fiscal irresponsibility when it comes to you know, was just stating the obvious, all good. Yeah. Those very same Republicans would also not care if it was tax cuts. Don't make no mistake. But yeah, they can play good politics when it doesn't affect my ability to buy food. Yeah, you're right, man. Well, don't worry. Your ability to buy food is going to go away anyway, regardless, when the Republicans are in power. Okay, so for the time being, I think it's important for the Democrats to hold strong on this in an effort to force Republicans to concede, without offering up, you know, unlimited spending to the Republican Party. It's so funny when people are just like have no capacity to see beyond themselves, where they go, you don't understand. It's affecting my ability to eat. Okay. Hopefully I'd have a different job and not rely on a government check. No, I understand. But this is not on the Democratic Party. This is on the Republican Party. My point is the Republicans were down with a continued resolution of the clean CR bill originally. Elon Musk and Donald Trump blew it up. And now you're going to fucking yell at the Democrats for not immediately showing their bellies? Get out of here. Go yell at the fucking Republicans. I'm not even like a partisan person, as you guys know. The reason why they want to maintain this as a weapon to wield against the Republican Party is so that they can still continue adding funds to necessary programs while Donald Trump is the president. The current CR bill is not bipartisan, yes. But the clean CR was, even though there were already many, many concessions that the Democrats had given to the Republicans to pass it. Mike Johnson would have loved passing that clean CR. And he was close to doing it. Until Donald Trump and Elon Musk were like, nope. Absolutely not.
Or during a separate procedure. That would be past the shutdown deadline at midnight tonight. They plan to huddle behind closed.
I'm not partisan, LMFAO. I mean, it's true. If you ask many other content creators online, they fucking cry all the time about me even going to the DNC, despite the fact that I got kicked out of it for all of my unjustifiable criticisms of the Democratic Party. I'd love to be partisan. I'd love to be the propaganda minister. If the Democrats got their shit in order and started behaving like a competent party, I'd be the #1 partisan guy, okay? But just because I'm not partisan doesn't mean that I'm not going to defend the Democratic Party if they do something that is appropriate, do something that is right. That also doesn't mean that I'm going to unconditionally say everything that Democrats are doing is good.
Closed doors at 12:30 Eastern, Dana, to try to figure out their way forward.
I'm confused why Trump and Elon wouldn't want the bill to pass, though. I mean, Elon had a couple things that he wanted to take out of it, some of which we just brought forward, specifically the provision that has been matriculating for the past year that would basically solidify the already existing provisions, already existing treasury-backed control mechanisms about investing in China. That would turn this, that would basically solidify it, make it permanent by way of Congress. Elon Musk didn't like that because he has factories and potential investment operations in opportunities in China. TSA should screen each one of these elected officials aggressively. They have a nice flight. Merry Christmas. Describe what a competent party would look like going forward. I am describing it. A competent party going forward would take advantage of every fucking media opportunity. Whenever there's a mass shooting, they would be loudly talking about how the blood is on the hands of the Republicans that stand in front of common sense gun control, for example. Common sense gun control that the people want. 75% of NRA members are on board with universalizing background checks, for example. Things of that matter. A competent Democratic Party would take advantage of the media landscape surrounding the anger, the very obvious anger that the American people have in their hearts for-profit healthcare. A competent Democratic Party would not be beholden to their corporate benefactors in the insurance industry, and instead would be beholden to their voter base. You know, behave a little bit like the Republicans, as a matter of fact. That's what a competent Democratic Party would do. They would play politics in the same way that the Republicans do. They would be shameless about it. Except the Democrats only demonstrate shamelessness when it comes to, I don't know, pardoning Hunter Biden. They only do it for dumb shit. They don't actually do it for, good things. They don't actually do it to enact a legislative agenda that would be helpful. You're a partisan for what you think the Dems should be, not what you are. Yes. You're a partisan for a party that doesn't exist. The DNC thing pisses me off. Been a Biden appointee and older Dems are so out of touch. You're a partisan to a party that doesn't exist. I mean, it's true, though. It is true. I would be a partisan for a party if it existed. That's what I'm trying to say. Make no mistake. I would love for the Democratic Party to abide by not just my wishes, but the wishes of the broadest majorities of American people. Even if the American people are oblivious to what actually helps them, that is still ultimately up to the Democratic Party to communicate how that would be helpful for the regular American voter. Doesn't matter. This kind of stuff transcends party lines. In the words of Tim Walz, feeding the hungry, okay, feeding the starving, and offering shelter to the poor is not a partisan issue. Okay, it might be the Democrats that enact agendas like making sure that Democrats in the state of Minnesota, at least, enact the agenda that ends up funding school lunches, right, for free, paid for by the taxpayers. But ultimately, Republicans have children that have to eat as well. And that's it.
This is a movie with way too many sequels. I think we're done with this kind of theme, this kind of film. Thank you so much, Manu. Appreciate your reporting. Come back if you get any news, of course. And I'm lucky to be surrounded by a talented group of reporters, CNN's Jeff Zeleny, CNN's Lauren Fox, who, of course, was on Capitol Hill all morning, and Zolan Kano-Young of the New York Times. Lauren, I'll start with you. This three-part strategy to do it in bills that are separate in order to give Democrats and Republicans the ability to vote on different things. Can you explain why that matters, particularly when it comes to the bottom line at this point, which is keeping the government running?
There are probably some conservatives who hail from areas that were affected by the hurricane who want to make sure that they have an opportunity to vote for legislation to help their states and their districts. I think that is part of the strategy here. I also think part of it is just getting as many votes as you can on the items that people agree on and breaking this down. There was also some entertainment of whether or not they would add the debt ceiling as a separate vote as part of this. Clearly, that's not the strategy that they're contending with, but that was another way to sort of try to satisfy Donald Trump. So right now, I think this is one of those sort of, it's all the same bill, but it just looks a little different than it was before operations. Sometimes that works on Capitol Hill.
But some of the, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe we don't know this yet, but some of the funding for programs like kids with cancer and so forth, is that going to stay in here, or we just don't know yet?
I think the early reports are this is the slimmed down version of what that Tuesday plan was. That is the early indication. And I do think that for some Democrats, that could be a reason to vote no.
Mm-hmm. Let's just talk about the politics of this, because there's so many different facets to what happened and what is happening as we speak, and what it portends for in January, when there truly is full across the board Republican control. What is your read on it? What's your analysis of that?
Look, the analysis of it, clearly the first share of the blame rests with Speaker Johnson. By not having this sort of locked up early in the week, there were signs that this was going to be a problem over the weekend. And not just from, there's been, I think, kind of a misnarrative that, that the Democratic goodies are in here, which is true. But there was also, as you reported, a lot of farm state Republicans who were wanting farm aid in there and hurricane assistance. So there was a lot of grumbling. I started hearing it Sunday and Monday from Republicans about Speaker Johnson and his staff, that they simply did not sort of get this going. But I'm still struck by the image last Saturday at the Army-Navy football game when the president-elect, the vice president-elect, Elon Musk, Speaker Johnson, and Senator Thune were in the same space. I mean, watching this football game in a suite at Northwest Stadium here, just miles from the Capitol, and this was not a part of the discussion. They were already looking beyond this. So then, why did Donald Trump get involved in this at all? He could have kept his hands clean from this. Was he sort of dragged in by Elon Musk? Was he following him? Was Elon Musk sort of the canary in the coal mine here? I think my biggest question going out of this is A, does Speaker Johnson survive in January? But B, what does this do to the long-term Trump-Musk relationship? I'm not sure we know that yet.
You mean,
because there's been
with each other?
With each other, because I think there's been a lot of conversation about this is President-elect Musk leading the way here. And we know that could at some point get under Donald Trump's skin. He could be a good foil for this in the moment, but that's my biggest question going forward into next year. What does the Trump-Musk relationship do from here? We'll see.
And is it also an early test of Trump's grip on Republicans in Congress too? Yes, he's going to have, Republicans will have unified control here. But I mean, I remember a time where he issues a threat like he did, an electoral threat of anyone who doesn't vote on this bill that I'm supporting last night will be primaried. And most of the time you might have people fall in line. And for some Republicans, that wasn't the case.
There were 38 of them.
Right.
And conservative members.
That's a large number.
Right.
Like, especially when you look at the past year, we often talk about how Trump has this grip, on the party and on Congress. And to see that opposition, yes, it involves something like raising the debt ceiling, which is obviously something that many of those Republicans care about. But
And what we're seeing on the screen are the faces of the 38 Republicans who voted no last night on a Trump-backed package after he and Elon Musk scuttled the bipartisan package. And the package that they all voted no on included increasing the debt ceiling. And this is what you just mentioned is the core of what I'm frankly kind of obsessed with when it comes to the politics of all of this, which is if you talked before 3 days ago, if you talked to people in and around the speaker, in and around John Thune, the Republican leaders in the Congress, they would argue that because Donald Trump is so popular in the party, because he has a lot of political capital, that it would be hard to see enough Republicans, rank and file Republicans, defying him. They were talking about like in the next year, in 2025, and it just happened already before he's even president. And the reason is because of the battle that Donald Trump picked on the debt ceiling, on something that is fundamental to where this movement started, which is in the Tea Party, anti-big government spending. And those kind of Republicans sort of were subsumed by MAGA and Trumpism, but they still very much have a North Star of, I'm not going to mess around with the debt and the deficit.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to one of those House Republicans last night when they were getting off the floor, and they said it was a tough vote, but at the end of the day, they got to vote with what they came to Congress to do, which is cut and slash and burn debt. The other thing that is starting to seep through a little bit is Republicans don't know if Donald Trump's going to have their back. And so if it is fundamentally not something they want to do, the pressure from Donald Trump and knowing that he might change his mind in a week and a half, that is starting to eat away at his power over some of these Republicans. Dan Crenshaw made this point to me yesterday. He said, we would be willing to eat a crap sandwich, and yet we are not sure Donald Trump is going to stick with us at the end of the day. And so we can't.
This piece does show Biden having all of...
Okay, this is Biden's age. This is the Wall Street Journal article on Biden's age. And I think it's important to dive into it. Breaking? No, this is not breaking news. Yes, Netanyahu won't be able to attend the Auschwitz Liberation Anniversary event, fearing arrest by Poland. Much to consider on this. Much to consider in this headline. Just saying. History might not repeat, but it often rhymes is perfectly poignant. It works. It works so well here. Or not poignant. Fuck. I genuinely think streaming perfectly pertinent. I genuinely think streaming has broken my brain. I'm not even kidding. Like I think it's like made me a dumber person. Don't fucking say W Poland chat for fuck's sake. Their president is a straight up Nazi lol. I mean, this is extremely rare. I mean, it's not even extremely rare. Honestly, CD Projekt Red has put Poland on its back and is backpacking Poland throughout the world on a global W run, on a generational run. So this is yet another instance where there is a little bit of a W to give to Poland, okay? 2 W's. Honestly, W Poland, man. They've done so much with so little, and I respect it. Gotta say. Poland been different ever since Uzi took a walk there? It wasn't Uzi. It was Lil Yachty that took a walk to Poland. It was Lil Yachty. And you're right. Poland has been different since they got the walk. Yeah. They've been motivated. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will reportedly avoid traveling to Poland for the next month's events, marking the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz Nazi concentration camp, fearing he may be arrested. The major event is planned for International Holocaust Remembrance Day on January 27th and is expected to be attended by dozens of leaders and heads of state, including Britain's King Charles. According to Polish outlet, Poland makes this so hard, man. What the fuck? According to Polish outlet, Israeli authorities haven't contacted their Polish counterparts about attending the event, and officials in Warsaw believe the reason is related to Poland's stance that it will adhere to the ICC's arrest warrant for Netanyahu over possible war crimes in the Gaza war. The report also says President Isaac Herzog does not plan to attend the event. Easiest to read Polish word in the language. Anyway. Your pronunciation was a war crime? I mean, dude, I just don't. I think that word needed more Z's and C's next to one another and R's in it. That's what it needed. Okay. So let's get to it. Is Biden quiet quitting in his final days in the White House? Now, this is a media coverage over the Wall Street Journal article that came out yesterday that dove into the way that Biden's handlers have managed his obvious mental decline. You a hater. Wasn't Japan the only country you glaze and the rest you've been hating, bruh? Just keep it real. You a hater, bro. First of all, I love the idea that there are countries that I glaze unconditionally. You should probably tune in when I talk about, imperial Japanese war crimes that the current Japanese government refuses to acknowledge. And you will develop a better understanding that I am a generational hater of all countries. Okay? It is entirely dependent on what we're talking about. And it's funny to say this when I'm in the process of glazing Poland, a country that I routinely shit on. So, make no mistake. I live in the United States of America, and not a day goes by when I shit without me shitting on America. Anarchist Piker hating the state for real, for real. No, I think every state does a tremendous amount of awful things that are worthy of criticism, that deserve criticism. That's simply put, I want all states to do better by their citizens. I want all states to actually work at the behest of the welfare of its citizens. You got an issue with that, take it up with your representatives. You're entirely wrong. You've never hated on the Swagapines because it's impossible. Okay, true. Pinoy gang, till the day I die. Swagapinos, rise up.
All of these sort of walls up.
Yeah.
And the walls kept getting higher and higher as the years went on.
This is the biggest scandal in America. And the level and volume of people who dedicated themselves to lying.
What's the point of being a hater like you are? I don't know, man. Are you happy? Don't talk about my Polish country, you glazing. I don't know. You just a hater. Keep it real. What's the point of being a hater like you are? I don't know. Are you happy with your government? Polish chatter? You think it's good? You think things are going well? You got everything you want? I don't live in Poland. Wait, why the fuck are you defending Poland if you don't live in Poland? We moved when I was 2. Okay, well, whichever country you live in now, are you happy with your country? Are you happy with the way that things are going? You think, you'll retire at a reasonable age? You think you'll own a home? Kinda. Okay, even kinda means that there's still room for improvement, don't you think? I've never met a single person that has ever been like, no, I love everything that the government does. Everything. There's nothing better can happen. Even liberals have issues. And they're the most good things are not possible ass people I've ever met. So yeah, now you understand. This is the same way Alman Turks talk about Turkey. Should I join the Teamsters as an Amazon employee? Yes. All right, let's continue.
To everyone at home about this man's condition for 4 straight years up through this summer is breathtaking. It's a scandal of epic proportions, and it's a fair question to ask. Who is running the country? Who has been running the country? And as I said earlier, if you're worried about Donald Trump's advisors having influence, for the last 4 years, apparently this president, duly elected, but this president was not capable of fulfilling the duties of the office. And his staff and the White House lied about it and kept it from the American people. It's an absolute scandal.
Look, I'll say 2 things. One is that I think Joe Biden, despite all this, had a very successful tenure. You may disagree, but I think on policy as a Democrat, he had a very successful 4 years. But there's a bigger problem here, and that is that I think Democrats are at the point where Republicans might have been right after the Bush election, or after the Bush term was up, which is that I think Democrats are starting to mistrust their institutions. And this goes back to a bipartisan effort to lie us into the Iraq War, not just by George Bush, but also by a lot of Democrats. It has to do with the fact that Barack Obama did not hold anybody accountable after the 2008 crisis, which also happened on George Bush's watch, but he became president. He never threw.
I guess they're slow walking themselves into some semblance of recognition. You know? I don't know. Like, it's a little bit too little too late. And perhaps more importantly, you and your chat is a hater bubble, y'all haters. All right, man. I'm afraid you are perhaps making all of the other Polish chatters in the chat look bad by behaving like this. I tried to have a normal conversation with you, and it seems like it's impossible. Yes, Tupac for life. I think that there's good reason to hate on your government if it's not giving you the things that you deserve.
Threw a hostage on the tarmac from Wall Street. You saw the rise of Bernie Sanders as a result of that, and you saw a lot of institutional Democrats, me included, saying, no, this is not the time. We have to stick with the institution. And I think you have a lot of Democrats now, me included, who are pretty sick of the institution and trusting people in the institution. And
You're a Democratic strategist. What do you mean? That's kind of funny.
Just one example, most recent example, I think, of people institutionally lying to the American people. And what you're ultimately going to see, and I don't have a problem saying this as a Democrat, is that you're going to see a Tea Party version rise up in the Democratic Party based on the fact that this is yet another marker of people just not trusting our leaders anymore. And I'm sorry to say that, but I think we brought this on ourselves.
Yeah, I remember so distinctly when the Wall Street Journal's first story came out and the uproar about it among Democrats and the anger that they were making things up. In this story, they have multiple sitting members of Congress on the record talking about how they hardly ever heard from the president. They're chairmen of their respective committees, going all the way back to the Afghanistan withdrawal. I mean, this is something that they told the public was a Joe Biden decision. And according to this article, he was not really a huge part of rationalizing it, even to his own party among the elected officials.
But I think there is, like, I don't know if everybody's looking at me like I'm supposed to be defending the Democrats right now.
No.
Because, like, I think the interesting thing about this entire question is, like, when even the Democratic institutionalists realized, like, this dude can't be president, they said he can't be president, and then didn't blindly defend him. You know, he would have been running for a second term except for the Democratic Party. And now and there were people who always thought that this man could not be president now, right? But that is not up to, well, that could be up to the cabinet, right? And we were lied to, but I don't know how to defend that because I didn't think he should be president for a second term. I think that the party, when people realized that he could not do the job of president, they did something about it.
There were a lot of people, even at that time, still defending his ability to run for president again. Some people even suggested that it didn't matter whether or not he could continue as president, that he should continue to run.
Even after that disastrous debate on this network, there were some people being like, oh, he had a bad night. He had a bad night. You know, and one of the quotes in that Wall Street Journal piece was, you know, there are good days and bad days. Today's a bad day. We'll deal with this tomorrow. The problem is tomorrow never came. It was just one bad day after another after.
I like the media that basically played the role of lying to the American public so routinely about something that was incredibly easy to comprehend. Like, it's just something you can't hide. When the president has his brain leaking out of his fucking ears. You just can't hide that. You know, it's so visual. It's so graphic that the dumbest American can be like, I know what that's like. That's just like my grandfather, you know, years before he passed away, or maybe months before he passed away. You just can't hide that reality. And they, I think, did a terrible job of trying to do their very best. Okay? I think they try to do their very best on this, and now they have to play ass covering. They have to turn around and be like, oh, well, how could we have known? How could we have known? How could we have foreseen this? What? Why are you not hyping up the Neuro Subathon? What the fuck? I have no idea what you're talking about. Why do chatters randomly come in here and just like ask me the dumbest fucking questions of all time? What are you saying? I have no idea what you're talking about. You must stop getting randomly woman guide. You're right. Anyway, would you say this is relatable to the FDR polio cover up? Do you mean as in FDR was like hid the truth that he was in a wheelchair? No, it's not, because FDR hid the fact that he was in a wheelchair and couldn't walk because the American public, he thought, would see him as a weaker candidate. It had nothing to do with his brain capacity. This is far more consequential. I don't give a fuck if the president's in a wheelchair. Okay? I care if the president's brain is working. FDR, on the other hand, his brain definitely was working. It's just that he was worried, and because he correctly identified that Americans would consider him to be weak if they saw him incapable of walking. Very different. Anyway, how the White House functioned with a diminished Biden in charge. Aides kept meetings short and controlled access. Top advisors acted as go-betweens, and public interactions became more scripted. The administration denied. Biden has declined. So let's take a look. During the 2020 presidential primary, Jill Biden campaigned so extensively across Iowa that she held more events. She held events in more counties than her husband, a fact her press secretary at the time, Michael LaRosa, touted to a local reporter. His superior in the Biden campaign quickly chided him. As three rode in a minivan through the state's cornfields, Anthony Bernal, then a deputy campaign manager and chief of staff to Jill Biden, pressed LaRosa to contact the reporter again and played down any comparison in campaign appearances between Joe Biden, then 77, and his wife, who was 8 years his junior. Her energetic schedule only highlighted her husband's more plodding pace, LaRosa recalls being told. The message from Biden's team was clear. The more you talk her up, the more you make him look bad. A small correction foreshadowed how Biden's closest aides and advisors would manage the limitations of the oldest president in U.S. history in his 4 years of office. This is propaganda and lies. Biden was just fine. He's just a shy guy. Stop lying to your audience. True. It's true. Problematic age gap is so funny to say about someone who is like 7,000 years old and someone who is 6,999 years old. Okay. To adapt the White House around the needs of a diminished leader, they told visitors to keep meetings focused. Interactions with senior Democratic lawmakers and some cabinet members, including powerful secretaries such as Defense's Lloyd Austin and Treasury's Janet Yellen, were infrequent or grew less frequent. Some legislative leaders had a hard time getting the president's ear at key moments, including ahead of U.S.'s disastrous pullout from Afghanistan. Senior advisors were often put into roles that some administrative officials and lawmakers thought Biden should occupy, with people such as National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Senior Counselor Steve Ricchetti, and National Economic Council head Lael Brainerd, and her predecessors frequently in the position of being go-betweens for the president. So basically, this caretaker government ended up delegating responsibility to appropriate parties, which is why you saw a bunch of stuff that was inconsistent with the 60-year track record of Biden in office. Very important to understand. This is why I've always maintained the position that, like, it's not the president that is like a standalone figure that ends up dictating policy, although the bully pulpit is probably one of the strongest parts of the presidency. And if you are diminished in your mental faculties, you are not going to be able to use the bully pulpit to whip Congress into shape, to dominate public understanding with whatever your agenda is. Having said that, however, there were opportunities here, like, for example, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and the formative role that they played in this administration. Labor was basically given out, contracted out to Bernie Sanders, and we saw the results of that. FTC, Elizabeth Warren, we saw the results of that. There were plenty of good things in terms of consumer protections that happened under this administration, and that was because Biden simply wasn't up to the task. So there is some benefit to this. There is some benefit to having this, old man running the show, but not really running it at all. But there was a tremendous amount of awfulness that also took place. The awfulness, of course, came in the form of foreign policy. Okay? They run the show. It wasn't Biden's own personal brand of ultra-Zionist tendencies that caused our relationship with Israel to get kicked into overdrive. It was that the people closest to him in his inner circle also channeled that opinion. Okay? The supposed brain trust, the supposed foreign policy, the foreign policy geniuses. Presidents always have gatekeepers, but in Biden's case, the walls around him were higher and the controls greater, according to Democratic lawmakers, donors, and aides who work for Biden and other administrations. There were limits to who Biden spoke with, limits on what they said to him, and limits around sources of information he consumed. What outlet published this article? Wall Street Journal. We're reading it for free off of archive.ph. Throughout his presidency, a small group of aides stuck close to Biden to assist him, especially when traveling or speaking to the public. They body him to such a high degree, a person who witnessed it said, adding that the hand-holding is unlike anything other recent presidents have had. The White House operated this way even as the president and his aides pressed forward with his re-election bid, which unraveled spectacularly after his halting performance in a June debate with Donald Trump, because 60 million Americans in real time saw that the current president was completely incapable of running the country, let alone putting on his own fucking clothes. Okay? The only similarities that I can point to is basically Ronald Reagan in his second term, when he had, signs of Alzheimer's or dementia. Here's me calling out Morning Joe.
Critical that we ask the same questions about this man I love, respect.
Bro, take it out of your mouth before you talk into the microphone. Jesus Christ, I'm having a hard time hearing what you're saying over the guac 3000 that you're applying to Joe Biden's shriveled old penis. Oh my Lord, dude. He's got tears. He's got tears because it's jammed up his fucking throat. He's gripping, dude. Holy moly. Make no mistake, this was after Americans had already realized that the game was up. Anyway, Vice President Kamala Harris replaced him on the Democratic ticket and was decisively defeated by Trump in a shortened campaign, leaving Democrats to debate whether their chances were undercut by Biden's refusal to yield earlier. This account of how the White House functioned with an aging leader at the top of its organizational chart is based on interviews with nearly 50 people, including those who participated in or had direct knowledge of the operations. Many of those who criticized Biden's insularity said his system nonetheless kept his agenda on track. White House spokesman Andrew Bates said Biden earned the most accomplished record of any modern commander-in-chief and rebuilt the middle class because of his attention to policy details that impact millions of lives. Bates, who rejected the notion that Biden has declined, added that the president has often solicited opinions from outside experts, which has informed his policy making. He said, it is the job of senior White House staff to have high-level meetings regularly and that they were executing Biden's agenda at his direction. He also said that staff alerted the president to significant negative news stories. Bernal, via the White House press office, declined to comment. This is a lie. They literally limited his interaction with the outside world. They also limited the negative press coverage. It's like a child. We had like a kid running the country. There were good days and bad days. The president's slide has been hard to overlook. The structure was also designed to prevent Biden, an undisciplined public speaker throughout his half-century political career, from making gaffes and missteps that could damage his image. As you guys know, Andrew Bates also famously said this, my favorite tweet of all time, to answer the question on everyone's minds, no, Joe Biden does not have a doctorate in foreign affairs. He's just that fucking good. White House Senior Deputy Press Secretary and Deputy Assistant to the President. And my goat, Andrew Jedediah Bates. We beat Medicare. Okay. So this entire article details how they limited Biden's public interactions, how they sheltered him from the truth, and how because Biden was woefully incompetent and genuinely demented, that basically most of this administration's achievements and most of the steps that they took were not directed at the top by Joseph Robinette Brandon. What is happening with this piece? What the hell? But instead, they were handled by specialists that were placed in front of him. It's something that we already knew, and it's something that we talked about, and it's something that was very easy to predict. This is something that I've been saying since 2019, talking about how ridiculous it is that Democrats are going to drop the incumbent's advantage by putting forth a person who will not be able to run for office again. Problem is, the Democrats, being the silly little incompetent party they are, refuse to put a successor as the vice president in the Biden administration and then build that person up. And this is precisely how we arrived at Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was not chosen because of her acumen, her charisma, or any sort of ideological predisposition that she has. Kamala Harris was chosen not to outshine Joe Biden, first and foremost. Kamala Harris was also packaged as a simple identity politics slot. Joe Biden actively said, I'm going to pick a black woman. Yes, here is something I said in 2020. One truly wild thing that we haven't really talked about is Biden's stated interest in being a single-term president. Like we're just going to throw away our incumbent advantage because Joe's going to be a vegetable by the end of his presidency. Truly incredible stuff. Joe Biden chose to look at the smears that the Republicans oftentimes apply to any person that is not white or a man, DEI, and adopt it and say, yes, I'm doing a DEI candidate. Now, this doesn't mean that Kamala Harris didn't have the bona fides, right? I think that, you know, she has, her resume is decent. Maybe not for presidency, maybe not for vice presidency, but it's still, she's a competent person. Problem is, that's not what she was chosen for. She was chosen because she would not be able to outshine the demented president. Okay? A lot of this stuff unfolded when he also had the special counsel interview him, Robert Hur, right? That was his name, I believe. That interview surrounding the classified documents investigation showed, according to Hur's own assessment, that Joe Biden was incapable of remembering key details about his own life, and that if presented in front of a jury, would come across as a bumbling old fool who was well-intentioned. If you recall, the media was very upset about this detail being revealed. Except, I feel like he was a little bit vindicated, don't you think? He was. He was vindicated because he was right that Joe Biden was a doddering old fool. But they insulated him nonetheless and had a relatively adversarial relationship with the media, despite the reality that the media played ball with the Biden administration, in my opinion, with the exceptions of the Afghan withdrawal, which was one of the only good things that Joe Biden did in terms of his foreign policy accomplishments. You sound like Fox News. Shut the fuck up. So now this fool's sucking Trump dick now too. Hassan kissing the Trump ring now too. Yes. That's what I'm doing. Just like I was doing that all the way back in 2019 and in 2020 when I said Joe Biden should not be the candidate. He is far too old. That's what I was doing. I was kissing. I was bringing up every mistake that I talked about in this campaign cycle, even in the Kamala Harris truncated campaign. It was actually done not because I wanted a more competent Democratic Party, because I understood that Trump's fascist second reign would be devastating for not just the United States of America, but for the rest of the planet. But it was actually because I was secretly hoping that the Democrats would hear what I was saying and do the exact opposite so that they would lose to Donald Trump. You found out my schemes, chatter. You figured it out. It is pretty funny to be this much of a Democratic Party loyalist at this stage when you have Democratic strategists on CNN turning around and basically sounding like me months after the election defeat, even though originally they were institutional defenders. Kind of interesting, don't you think? They're coming to that recognition as well. Weird. When I criticize the Democratic Party, I don't criticize the Democratic Party because I cynically want the Republicans to win. I criticize the Democratic Party because I want them to be a competent counterbalance to growing fascism in this country. Because that is the only game in town. The unfortunate reality is that we exist under a duopoly. It's either the Democrats or the Republicans. I recognize that, which is why I reserve my criticisms with the hopes that the Democrats you're all Monday morning quarterbacks? No. As a matter of fact, I'm not a Monday morning quarterback. Okay? I'm a Sunday quarterback. I'm calling out the plays while it's happening. There's a difference between claiming that this is analysis in the aftermath of a resounding defeat. But the irony, of course, is that I quite literally was doing this analysis while the failure was happening, warning that this would be a dangerous gamble. Also, I showed you a tweet from 2020 that is far before the next NFL season started. I don't know how you would consider this Monday morning quarterbacking when it was clear criticisms from way before the devastating results of not implementing a change. Wild that you fail to comprehend this and still angrily lash out. Very interesting. There are definitely a lot less liberals who operate like this nowadays. But it's always cool to see one that, you know, still has that dog in him, where the real fight is actually not pushing the Democrats to actually legislate in a competent manner or fight in a competent manner, but instead to call out those who correctly called out the Democratic Party and refuse to learn a single lesson from this electoral defeat. Those numbers are diminishing. People like that are no longer as loud. Part of it is because they believe whatever they saw in mainstream press. Okay? And they were horrified with the reality they thought they existed in when they obviously had to inevitably reckon with the reality that actually does exist. You were all over Kamala's nuts when you thought she'd win. I don't think this person has watched any commentary from me because I was not. Even in the most hopeful moments, I reserved a little bit of skepticism because of the many years of seeing how the Democrats have operated. I suspect, considering that you've been following me since last month, maybe you were oblivious to that reality. Or perhaps even funnier, you literally left the community, which you didn't, but it would have been even funnier if you had left the community because I was criticizing Kamala, only to come back in now. The woke agenda has ruined everything in NA. It's true. .9 PV percentage PV is not a landslide victory. No, but it was a resounding defeat for the Dems. Yeah. A lot of the people who are still chirping and still angry at the fact that, like, the Democrats keep bringing me up as a Joe Rogan of the left. Those people were also consistently saying, I am not with Kamala Harris enough. I wasn't sufficiently backing Kamala, using my massive platform to back Kamala Harris unconditionally. Yeah. So, yeah, this entire thing is, this entire article is vindication. And all of the media coverage surrounding this Wall Street Journal reporting is basically them engaging in the age-old process of ass covering. To be like, oh, well, we couldn't have known. Or, oh, well, you know, maybe he wasn't that bad. Or if he was that bad, well, it's really fucked up that they didn't let us know that he was that bad. It's not our fault. And the irony of the story is that Joe Biden's mental faculties being diminished wasn't a secret. It was something that even the dumbest Republicans were aware of. Ewok Bandit, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Or another. And this kind of shielding President Biden, lying to the American people, telling them, don't believe your lying eyes, is yet another reason why President Trump was so successful. Because people just don't trust what they're being told. When they see clearly there was a decline in President Biden, and you're told, don't believe your own lying eyes, nothing to see here, people go, all right, what else are they lying to us about?
He also, in this lame duck period, has... I mean, look, we talk about all the time how Democrats ran on Trump being a threat to democracy, but just listen to what has changed between January of 2024 and just yesterday.
Trump's assault on democracy isn't just part of his past. It's what he's promising for the future.
I think it's pretty crazy when you have a Roy Moore strategist openly communicating on CNN instead of being shunned out of every public space. Roy Moore famously is the former Alabama Supreme Court Chief Justice who ran for the Alabama Senate seat and actually lost to a Democrat. Why did he lose to a Democrat? Because he was outed as a pedophile. That is wild. That is wild that like a Roy Moore staffer goes on CNN and gets to do commentary. What is going on? The media keeps saying we are hemorrhaging support. We are hemorrhaging support. People no longer trust us. Without recognizing that perhaps this plays a role in why people no longer trust you.
He's being straightforward. He's not hiding the ball. The fact that he doesn't abide by the rules of the democracy we've established is not my concern. My job is to make a transition workable and available.
That's hard to watch, and I've got nothing for you. I got no excuses for certainly. I think all of America sees what's going on here. I will say I was at the White House this week for a Christmas party, and Joe Biden talked for about 10 minutes. He cracked some jokes, and he was pretty lucid, and it was a good. But it certainly was not prepared, in my opinion, to run the country. I do think we need to go back to the conversation that was happening on the campaign trail, and that's about
Republican former Georgia lieutenant governor talking to a Republican strategist side by side with a Republican pedophile campaign strategist. Okay. A campaign strategist for a Republican pedophile. This is what CNN is at. This is the grouping that they thought. This is the grouping that they thought would provide reliable commentary. They're giving it to the Republicans. They're like, well, you guys called this out, so here's your opportunity to have this conversation. There are a shit ton of people. There are even Democrats who called this out. Have Castro on. I don't care that these guys are, never Trump Republicans or whatever. I just don't give a shit. There are even Democrats who called this out early on. Fuck it, have Dean Phillips on. You know what I mean? Have Cenk on. Have members of the left on this panel. Yeah, Fidel Castro. That's what I'm talking about.
Age limits. I think we've got to start figuring out what that looks like. Boardrooms that have billions and billions and billions of dollars of investor money does that. And I know we talk about voters need to have the right, the opportunity to cast those votes, but I do think age limits on that position, it is the most demanding job anybody's ever held in their entire life.
I'm not for age limits because I do think voters, that's something you can easily.
There are 3 Republicans on here. I just want you to understand. There are 3 Republicans on this panel. And like 2 conservative Dems. What is this panel? Who is this panel for? Like, it's kind of funny because like all this stuff is not actually working to chip away at Fox News's base, Fox News's audience. Like Fox News audience members are not going over to CNN and being like, well, these are our guys on there. Let's watch CNN now. Like they still think it's the Clinton News Network. Okay? It's just not, this is not actually bringing ratings back.
Discern. And people were discerning that when they were turning against Joe Biden. I just have to ask when the accountability is going to come for every single person who sat in front of a television, who held some position of responsibility and lied their rear end off about what they were seeing behind closed doors. People came on television and said, oh, I'm with him all day and he's really engaged and he's doing the job and he's running circles around us and these videos are cheap fakes and on and on and on. Brazen lying by people who work for our government and they lied to us about it.
What do you have in mind in terms of accountability?
I don't know, but if I were in Congress or
I noticed a few months ago, everyone on CNN is either a Republican, a former Republican, not by their choice, or a Democrat who really wishes they could be a Republican. Yes, it's not just CNN, it's MSNBC as well. Many of the panelists in mainstream media are occupied by former Bush communication strategists, campaign managers for Republicans. They rarely ever have. It's most of mainstream media. Fox News is dominated by current Republicans, and every other mainstream outlet is dominated by former Republicans and also current Republicans alike. It's crazy. It's actually wild. And it's not, you're all kissing the ring now. It's disgusting. What? Brother, I don't think you can understand. For all you ring kissing clowns, Fox lied about everything. You're all kissing the ring now. It's disgusting. I don't think you understand anything that's going on. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm sorry, but I think you're a little confused and maybe your brain is short-circuiting a little bit. And it's understandable, especially if you just ate a fucking steady mainstream media diet of thinking Kamala Harris was doing Brad Summer. And then when your expectations were not met with the reality of a resounding defeat, you are now looking desperately to lash out at anyone and everyone. CNN, MSNBC, ABC, you all sucking Trump's dick. If you think I'm sucking Trump's dick, you're unfortunately mistaken. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to be as nice as I can, but you should probably stop hallucinating. Okay? As I have said time and time again, the reason why I dislike the Democrats is because of their closeness to Republicans. I am the only one who actually dislikes the Republican Party. Democrats who regularly hug and kiss the Republicans and try to present themselves as Republican adjacent, I despise them because of their proximity to the Republican Party and their agenda. Okay? Nobody, if given the opportunity between the diet version and the full strength soda, is going to go with the diet soda. Everyone's going to go with the full strength soda, in the words of Felix Biederman. The Democrats have consistently tried to retriangulate their image as a lighter version, a softer, more smarmy, elitist, smug, technocratic version of the Republican Party, and they keep failing over and over and over again. Oh my God, everybody stop hyper-focusing on the analogy by being like, oh, you don't understand. I prefer the diet soda. Says you. You like diet soda, except soy cucks.
If I were the incoming administration, I would be thinking about, because I agree with you on institutional trust. I think there is a lack of trust across the board. It's happening in your party. It's been happening in my party. How do you ever regain trust if there's no accountability for the people who lied us into the deficit in the first place? That's my question.
And if I'm a Democrat, I would never hire anyone who helped perpetrate this to be in a future administration. How can you regain trust the American people if you're putting the exact same people back who lied to them?
I think you're opening up a Pandora's box if you want to start investigating people who lie on behalf of their president, because one day there's going to be a Democrat in office after Donald Trump leaves, and I promise you, you don't want that to be happening to your party. But I will also...
I mean, I don't think the people give a shit. Yeah, I love that. Don't threaten me with a good time, please.
Also say, to your point...
I don't agree with that.
You don't? You
Because-
think Donald
but
Trump's been honest and the people around him have been honest?
Here's what I think. If you go to work for the government and you stand up at the podium like Kareem has done and knowingly and fully lie to the American people because you know full well what you see behind the scenes and what you're saying in front of the podium, I mean, maybe the accountability is they never get hired again.
Like it was
But
the largest inauguration crowd in the
Is that as
history.
consequential as this?
But it's a lie. But it's a lie. It's a lie.
That's so funny that they got the Republican strategist dunking on them. It's crazy. I mean, he's not even wrong. This guy is gaslighting Wolf. He's not wrong. Yes, Trump and members in his orbit lie all the fucking time too. So bring up a better point than the inauguration numbers. Okay? Talk about how Donald Trump denied the election results. Donald Trump has never had a moment. Donald Trump contradicts himself in the same sentence half the time. The best thing you got there is inauguration crowd sizes? Like, what are we doing? Are you fucking insane? Like, even when they have controversy, it's still managed controversy. It's like, it's done on the boundaries of things that are relatively, they're marginal, they're inconsequential. That actually hates Republicans, okay? I'm gonna say it. I'm saying it, dude. I think Democrats don't fucking hate Republicans as much as I do, okay? They love saying, oh, I guess you want to vote for Trump then. But like, dude, you don't fucking hate Republicans. You want them in your party. You desperately advocate for them to come to your party. You literally have them at your convention. You have them at your fucking convention. You have them come and speak at your convention. You literally have their loyal soldiers come speak at your convention. The border guards, the fucking cops. Like, you love them. You want to fuck the Republicans. You want to hug the Republicans. You want to kiss the Republicans. You want to be Republican. You want to be Republican. You're just a fucking Republican. I hate Republicans. You don't. You want to fuck them and you want to suck them. Okay? So stop with this bullshit. I was in a hotel room after the this was the final night of the DNC when I was saying this. Okay. My neighbor in my hotel room came to my door and complained. Even said, I actually agree with a lot of the things you're yelling about, but can you please pipe down? That's what he said. Very funny moment in Hasanabi broadcast history.
Systemic problem, right? Because I agree with your comments around.
Who?
All right, let's watch the five lap up, do their victory lap over over Brandon's senility.
Who is running our country? That's the question everyone is asking after a bombshell report from the Wall Street Journal blew the lid off Joe Biden's declining mental state and how the White House has been covering it up right from the very start. According to the Journal, signs that the commander-in-chief was diminished stretched all the way back to, quote, the first few months of his presidency, with aides adjusting his schedule, noticing Joe becoming tired if they went long, and he started making mistakes. So they kept meetings short and started controlling who he spoke with. And like a good little lapdogs, the media aided and abetted the cover-up. Remember this lunacy?
F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever. Not a close second.
I'm not even going to ask a question on that. It's so absurd. Jesse, they say that the 50 sources say they noticed in the first few months that he couldn't handle things. But do you remember they're using COVID as an excuse for him not to campaign, not to get out there and to have the basement campaign where, remember, cars, they would beep if they supported Joe Biden? There were 8 of them.
Yeah, so they kept the COVID structure throughout the rest of the presidency. And he was treated like an aging dictator, an aging king. You know, the same things they said about Trump were true of him. He was isolated. He was out of touch. He was...
It's pretty funny because they have like so much good footage of him just being a fucking bumbling old fool, stumbling around. You know what I'm saying? It's just, there's so much good coverage on here. They get to do this victory lap because even though they were doing it on partisan reasons, they were still correct. Even though they were doing this on partisan grounds, they still stand corrected. It also, once again, plays a role in undermining the integrity in the eyes of the broader public of mainstream outlets and makes it seem like Fox News was right all along. So that's a bit of a self-goal, a bit of a self-own from mainstream outlets once again.
Mentally unfit. People were keeping things from him. They wouldn't give him bad polling. They wouldn't give him bad headlines. He was AWOL during the lead up to Afghanistan. People were trying to get him on the phone at key moments. There's no way to get a hold of the guy. And he delegated his presidential powers to his staff, Judge. So when people ask, well, who's really the president? It was his staff. His staff were executing the duties of the president. And I think it was April 2021, right out of the gate, they were canceling meetings because he was having a bad day. So all this conspiracy theory about, Joe Biden shot, he's a puppet, it was true. I mean, at this point, we're going to find out he stole the election from Trump. At this point, the way things are going.
Jesse?
I'm just saying the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if we found that.
You know, the amazing part of it, Charlie, is that Jill Biden was in charge of the one cabinet meeting they had in 11 months. Jill Biden was the one who campaigned in 2020. She out-campaigned her husband, Joe. Jill Biden is the one that people had to go through to get to. Jill was one who they had to go through to get to Joe. Why was she so desperate for this?
I guess. I mean, we don't know, but I guess it was because she was desperate to cling to the White House and to remain relevant and remain in the White House, because we don't have any other better answer than that. Obviously, this is all Joe Biden's responsibility. He's the one that allowed this to happen. But she bears a lot of responsibility for allowing it to happen to her husband. It's embarrassing. It wrecks whatever legacy he might have had. He leaves office the most unpopular president in the history of polling. And I also think that, and I hope that the people that are around him that lied to him, lied to us, lied to everybody, and kept this Weekend at Bernie's charade going all this time, don't escape scrutiny, and people don't forget that they what they did to us. They talk about destroying democracy and taking democracy away.
Yeah.
There's no greater example of destroying democracy and taking it away than actually having the person that got elected be. I mean, they lied to him about. They shielded him from outsiders. They lied to him even as late as the campaign. They were lying to him about his pollsters, about his polling. They wouldn't let him talk to his pollsters. So even he didn't have any idea how bad things were going into the summer. There's a lot of blame to go around for everybody. Joe Biden is most responsible, but I hope that nobody forgets that what these staffers did to undermine democracy.
You know, Dana, the interesting thing is that before Joe Biden spoke to this special counsel, Robert Hur, for 1 week, he would spend 3 hours every day prepping. And the only thing that we got out of it was Hur said, this is a friendly guy, an elderly man with no memory. And this was the point where Putin goes into Ukraine, where Hamas attacks, where Joe was actually funding Iran, which is then funding Hamas. And it's one of the darkest periods in American history. And yet Joe is still there clinging to power in the last, 5 weeks or whatever it is. What do you think he's trying to do now?
I just had a thought that occurred to me, so let me just use my words here and see if I can get it out. When the Robert Hur report came out, do you remember there was a fury from the White House that Merrick Garland let it go out? And I have to wonder if Merrick Garland made sure it went out so that he at least would have been like, yeah.
They can't even be right. Like, they still have to basically, engage in some level of fucking, some kind of conspiratorial reach, even when they're on the correct side, even when history has vindicated their position.
Trying to tell people, like, this was what was happening. One of the things in the article is that they scripted his interactions with his defense secretary, Lloyd Austin. No wonder Biden had no idea Lloyd Austin was missing in action for 3 weeks. They never spoke anyway, and if they did, there was a script. It's not a call center. He didn't have a way to communicate directly with his Treasury Secretary. No wonder they never talked about inflation as a problem for Americans. You had the Chief of Staff saying it was a high-class problem. Then you think of those historians who would visit the White House, including writing speeches for Joe Biden, and telling him, you could be bigger than FDR. They weren't trying to have historical analysis. They were trying to make history with somebody who couldn't make his own decisions. Think of these people also. Annie Linsky of the Wall Street Journal wrote a piece 2 weeks before the debate between Biden and Trump, where the charade is exposed. And the White House came down on her like a ton of bricks. And she had said, like, I wrote this not because I wanted to hurt Joe Biden. It was like more in sadness than in anything. I'm having to write this. I have 40 sources, and I'll never forget that. The spokespeople from the White House just trying to destroy her reputation and her life. What sweet justice for Annie Linsky and her co-writers there. The last thing I would say is Kamala Harris is absolutely complicit in the cover-up.
Exactly. And that's where I was going to Jessica. What happened in this White House was something that I don't think America has seen ever. We all knew what was going on. We sat at this table and actually thought about what was clearly the cognitive decline of a bobbling, dithering man. And then we were.
How much blame would you assign to Biden versus the staffers over the genocide? I still assign all the blame to Biden. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck that Biden was mentally diminished. It's the same with George W. Bush. George W. Bush is still the signatory. Okay? George W. Bush, regardless of how stupid he is still signing off on all of these war crimes. I don't care that it was Dick Cheney that was the mastermind. I hate both of them. And also the staffers suck too. Make no mistake. I'm just saying that there is no abdication of responsibility. Okay? Anyway, this is boring. All right. We have some breaking news. A car has plowed into a German Christmas market and has killed at least one and injured dozens of people. They're saying the number is in the 50s. And this just happened when I started the broadcast, so I didn't want to get into it without some verified information coming out of it. Apparently, the number of dead is 2 now. Hopefully, they don't show the video because I've seen it all over the timeline. The official number is now at least 2 dead, including a small child, and at least 50 injured. Earlier reports said at least 11 dead, up to 80 injured. Yeah. Earlier reports came from breaking news and breaking 9/11 or whatever the fuck. That wasn't.
When a car drove into a Christmas market in this city in eastern Germany, Magdeburg. Christmas markets in Germany are a festive, seasonal thing. Many people in the community will come. They'll buy Christmas gifts or eat food. Oftentimes in the evening, many people in the community are there, so it would have been a very crowded event. We're hearing.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people. My Polish friend told me about this as it broke. A lot of people online are essentially immediately calling for a race war. Yes. Germans are already very primed into. Germans are already very primed to be like, this is what happens when you have Islamic migration into Germany. The suspect who drove the vehicle apparently was a doctor from Saudi Arabia who's been in Germany since 2006. So, oops. All of the Germans are predictably, saying that this is a direct consequence of Muslim migration into the country, and we have to round up everyone and forcibly deport them, and that the AfD is vindicated.
Christmas markets in Germany are a festive, seasonal thing. Many people in the community will come. They'll buy Christmas gifts or eat food. Oftentimes in the evening, many people in the community are there, so it would have been a very crowded event. We're hearing authorities in the area saying that at least one person has been killed. 11, according to local media, though that has not been confirmed, and dozens potentially injured. Local hospitals have said that they're preparing for a mass casualty event.
Sam, as we watch some of the images that are coming in, obviously just a horrific story, something so tragic just happening days before Christmas. Can you break down from your expertise, what are some of the questions that you have about what happened and what are investigators doing right now?
Well, in the first instance, the underlying question is whether the suspect, perhaps the individual who's currently in custody, acted alone, or whether the suspect was in touch with others who may seek to implement similar attacks. So at this point, intelligence and law enforcement services are focused on ensuring that this was an isolated incident and that there's no ongoing threat to the public. At the same time, we understand that there may be a suspect in custody. So another key question is what this individual's motivation was. We know that there has been a heightened threat environment declared by authorities in Germany, throughout Europe, and throughout the United States, particularly post-October 7th, and developments when Hamas attacked Israel and Israel's incursion into Gaza. There's been a heightened threat environment related to those results. At the same time, we know that Germany has suffered vehicular attacks against Christmas markets in the past, including an Islamist terrorist attack in Berlin in 2016. All that said, we do not know the suspect's motivation at this time. And so I'm waiting to see, again, whether authorities declare if there is any ongoing threat to the public and if there's any indication of where this individual comes from and what the individual's motivation may be, Lindsay.
Samantha, any idea what a security footprint around a Christmas market might look like, considering that they have been targets before?
Unfortunately, security footprints around any mass gathering can really vary, Lindsay. Typically in large urban settings where there's a larger police presence, we do see a larger security posture that could include a completely enclosed area when it comes, for example, to barricades that can prevent all vehicular traffic from entering a mass gathering. In smaller jurisdictions, law enforcement just may not have those kinds of resources. Law enforcement encourages vigilance, encourages the public to stay aware. But whether or not there was full barricades around this market is really up to the local jurisdictions, the level of threat they foresee, and the resources they have on hand.
Sam, given the amount that could be injured, the deputy mayor saying 50, we heard Haley there say other media reporting as many as 60 to 80.
Crazy how people are defending this attack. What? How come nobody cares when they attack Christians? Crazy how people are defending this attack. If you can point to a single person that is defending a fucking heinous attack like this, I will not ban you. You have 60 seconds to point to a chatter that wasn't immediately banned that is defending this attack. Why the fuck would anybody defend this attack? Take your medication. Take your fucking medication, dumbass. I like that so many people just like fucking hallucinate at this point. Like, you know? All right. Well, I guess he doesn't have he was unable to figure it out. Here, take a week off.
I believe that's from the AFP news agency. What does that tell you about the nature of what authorities believe was a deliberate attack, just in terms of the crowd size that vehicle was able to plow through?
Well, it tells me that this was a very densely packed area. So while we don't know the exact size of the actual gathering, it does look like, unsurprisingly, it was a very dense environment, which is quite common at a Christmas market. These mass gatherings don't have to be spread out over a large geographic space. It's a density of people that could be vulnerable to something like a vehicular attack. But if the death count does continue to rise, it will be the deadliest vehicular attack on a Christmas market in Germany, Lindsay.
And these are images that I am seeing for the first time along with you. Haley, it's just so tragic to see police lights and ambulance lights in the foreground with Christmas lights in the background. Haley, as this is still such a fast developing situation and we're working to gather more information, what questions are you asking?
I think that a lot of people who are watching this situation are thinking of the attack that happened in 2016 when a truck drove into a Christmas market in Berlin. 13 were killed in that attack, dozens were injured, and it really challenged the sense of security that a lot of Germans had around those Christmas markets, and frankly, a lot of Europeans had around mass gatherings. And I think this has probably reignited that feeling in a lot of people, gathering to celebrate the holidays, gathering to be in crowds together around, certain events where people all congregate in a certain place. I think that challenges now people's sense of security doing those things. We're watching, obviously, this situation. Dozens have been injured. Hospitals.
No, the guy is taken alive.
Since it was a doctor from.
Are we just going to pretend the Elon tweet isn't a part of the story, or the fact that we are 2 months out from the German election? It's not a matter of pretending that Elon Musk tweet is not a part of the story. This happened after Elon had tweeted that. Elon was tweeting his support for AFD, saying AFD can only protect Germany, hours before this terror attack happened. Okay? So the idea that this is the idea that this is like somehow linked to Elon Musk is silly. Elon Musk is a Nazi. Elon Musk is a fascist. The AFD are neo-Nazi fascists. But while this certainly will drum up more support for the AFD and mass deportations for anyone that is suspected of being Muslim in Germany. The person's motivations are at this point unknown, and his background has been revealed. He was a doctor from Saudi Arabia, they say, who's been in Germany since 2006. Saxony-Anhalt State Premier Rainer Haseloff says that the attack on the Christmas market in Magdeburg is, at the moment, a crime committed by one person.
It was a doctor from Saudi Arabia who's been in.
Hasanabi can't even string together a thought, let alone orchestrate some kind of clandestine conspiracy. What? Oh, you mean Elon Musk? Or are you talking about me?
Germany too, since 2006 in Sachsen-Anhalt. At the moment, it's been a crime committed by one person, and there is no further danger to be.
What evidence is there that Elon Musk is a Nazi? Thank you for this question. Elon Musk purchased Twitter and then reinstated the accounts of prominent neo-Nazis. Elon Musk follows prominent neo-Nazis. Elon Musk routinely replies to prominent neo-Nazis and highlights their neo-Nazi rhetoric. Elon Musk has subscribed to anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish conspiracies, such as Jews are actually doing mass great replacement in the Western world. Elon Musk is also in favor of the AfD. The AfD is the neo-Nazi movement in Germany. Elon Musk routinely retweets and quote retweets prominent neo-Nazis on Twitter. So, you know, at this point, the only thing he hasn't done is grow a Hitler mustache and Sig Heil. So that's pretty much it. But don't worry, he's pro-Israel. So I guess he's not a neo-Nazi after all.
Be waited, and in the morning we can double check and re-evaluate the situation, and accordingly we can then discuss necessary measures and also evaluate the
AfD is not 100% neo-Nazi, okay? Yes, they are. And no amount of cover-up is going to change that reality. Don't know why people choose to defend the AfD. They very clearly are. Unless you are joking and you mean they're 99.9% neo-Nazi.
The severity of the attack together with the prosecutor. So
what? Correlation is not causation. That's a logical flaw.
The injured will be taken.
What are you saying? Correlation does not equal causation. What did I do here that was even? Did I look at any sort of correlation and imply causation? No. I think you just heard, just like many debate perverts, you just wanted to slam on a logical fallacy that doesn't actually work in this situation. Strawman,
Taken care of medically, and we will use all in our power to take care of them, and also, of course, family members of those injured are in shock. They're all having to digest this trouble, this terrible tragedy.
Holiday chat is so weird. Yeah.
Are preparing to potentially care.
Just going to post this here again. Yeah, remember this?
It's beautiful.
Remember this, chat? Why an AfD politician is accused of whitewashing Nazi crimes?
It's Bjorn Hooker who is widely regarded as the AFD's most influential figure.
Bjorn Hooker is...
It's so funny because then they'll turn around and be like, well, what about Pegida? They're worse. They're worse than these guys or whatever. And it's like, yeah, dude, there's always going to be more aggressive versions of the more normalized version of neo-Nazi movements. It's just like it doesn't really change the dynamic at all.
Extraordinary within the AFD because he is really a quite old-fashioned right-wing extremist. He's not just a radical, he's not just opposed to immigration, he is really one who favors rewriting German history.
Wir Deutschen, also unser Volk, sind das einzige Volk der Welt.
We Germans are people to have planted a memorial in shame in the heart of its capital.
Hooker is a former history teacher who for years has been pushing the boundaries of political speech. In 2017, he criticised Berlin's Holocaust.
Does the AFD have a lot of support, or are they fringe? If you were to ask me this question 4 years ago, I would say they're fringe. Okay, now they are no longer fringe.
Holocaust Memorial, arguing that Germany should reverse the way it remembered its past.
We need nothing less than a 180-degree turnaround in the politics of remembrance. In the politics of remembrance. Like, they're talking about the Holocaust. They're talking about World War II.
He talked about the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin as a sign of shame in the heart of the nation. He's obsessed with history.
Kai Arzheimer, a political extremism expert, has studied Hooker's rhetoric about German history.
He is engaged in whitewashing what the Nazis did, basically. Remembrance culture is the idea that the crimes of the Nazis must never be forgotten and that we should educate future generations in the knowledge that Germany in the past has committed those atrocities to safeguard our future. Basically, that's the idea. What Hooker wants is this 100-degree reversal.
I mean, this is like the one aesthetic thing that is holding Germany's fascist past together. So once this falls, it's over, okay? Germany still has very strict controls over, very strict regulation over denying the Holocaust and like openly flying the banner of Nazi regimes and flying the swastika. They have a lot of strict rules around that sort of thing. But basically, the moment that they just reverse all of that, it's over. They will openly champion this stuff once again. Okay? Basically, this is the one thing, like the remaining, the thing that stops the dam from breaking in its entirety, openly breaking, is that they still are like ashamed of the Holocaust. Once they drop that, it's over. It's just like we're back to business as usual.
Statements about the Holocaust Memorial were widely criticized, including by some members of his own party, amid calls for him to be expelled.
And for the record, for Americans that don't understand, like, German patriotism in liberal German society is regarded as like a shameful thing. Any sort of like patriotism outside of FIFA, the World Cup or whatever, is under normal German existence, at least for the past couple of decades, was seen as like a form of bigotry. Okay. Now, this doesn't change the reality that like modern Germany has done a whole bunch of awful things as well. Okay? But they have a very different understanding of patriotism and nationalism in general. They are understandably fearful of nationalism, at least aesthetically, and have very strict rules around demonstrating that sort of thing. As far as I understand, even in like liberal German society, polite German society, like flying the German flag is seen as like an odd thing, or used to be seen as an odd thing. And that obviously you can't fly the Nazi banner, which is why the AfD, I believe, was the AfD, I believe, used to use the older Imperial German flag as a substitute. That's why there's a lot of dog whistles. AfD is also, I guess, technically a dog whistle. A chatter was calling it a bullhorn, but it's the the alternative for Deutschland, or some people call it alles für Deutschland, like all for Germany for Germany, all Germans for Germany. German patriotism comes only during the World Cup and next UEFA Euro Cup.
From the AfD, he stated that he had made a mistake and that he'd learned many lessons. But he continued to court controversy. In 2021, Hooker gave a speech which included a slogan used by the Nazis: "Everything for Germany."
Alles für unsere Heimat, alles für Sachsen-Anhalt, alles.
Germany for Germans, everything for Germany. Like, using Nazi sloganeering like this is not only something that, again, liberal, polite German society does not look fondly at, but it is directly illegal, usually.
Für Deutschland.
Under German law, the phrase is illegal, and Hooker was charged with knowingly using a Nazi slogan. He later called the Nazi era horrific, but claimed he wasn't aware of the slogan's history.
Come on, dog. He's a literal history teacher. Get the fuck out of here.
Then he did it again.
He went to Gera in front of a public audience, and he made everybody scream, "All for Germany," after he already knew that he was on criminal charges for this. Look, any misunderstandings? Oh, he didn't know what that means? Let me remind you, he's a history teacher, a certified history teacher.
Yeah,
and
I think he knew what it meant.
Damned well what this phrase means.
You've been charged with issuing a Nazi comment, "Everything for Germany." You've been charged with a criminal offense because that's a crime.
Sie haben völlig recht.
It's a Nazi saying.
Sie haben völlig recht, dass die Meinungsfreiheit in Deutschland sehr, sehr stark eingeschränkt ist. Wenn ich in einer Rede, in einer Wahlkampfrede, die Liebe zu meinem Land ausdrücke und in der bedrohten Lage, in der Deutschland ist, Patrioten auffordere, alles für dieses Land zu geben, dann ist das kein Nazispruch. Trump hat mal gesagt, American first.
Which is also, ironically, the American Nazi movement's original slogan. So, yeah, that's not exactly a good defense. Donald Trump also said immigrants are poisoning the blood of this nation. Also another Hitlerian invocation. I mean, what are we doing here, you know? Yeah, look at this other Nazi. Look at this other neo-Nazi, you know? He's saying it too. Why can't I say it?
denke, dass es völlig legal ist und völlig legitim ist, selbiges auch für
If you guys are the only people that are even more annoying than the fucking anti-Deutsche left and right here is fuck this fucking despise Germany's politics. Yeah, it's really bad. German politics is so fundamentally broken, and I think it's because it was the wounds caused in German society and the crimes that German society were complicit in was left unaddressed, especially in Western Germany as well. And that America basically came back and was like, let's just put all the Hitlerian guys in charge because they are the best communist killers. And basically, it feels like it always has felt like they just didn't really learn the right lessons from the Holocaust. Like there's a deep sense of psychological shame, but also not only is there like this deep sense of psychological shame, but they've left it unaddressed in very meaningful ways. They haven't really changed course. They just basically covered it with a blanket. So that nascent fascist movement was always slated to come back inevitably. And when you have decades of center-right politics dominating the country with virtually no real leftist opposition,
well, were there any types of clues in that? Everything from the
you
location
inevitably
of where
arrive
this
at this
happened,
problem.
the date, the time, the particular festival.
Add to that economic volatility, add to that diminishing material conditions in East Germany as well. Okay. Once the wall came down, USSR is gone. And you know, their ongoing reconstruction efforts have been an overt failure, which will inevitably cause fascists to take advantage of that chaos.
Representatives' vote is expected.
All right, well, that's it. We missed it. We missed CNN talking
für
about it.
Deutschland zu fordern. Und Ähnliches habe ich getan. Das hat nichts mit einem Verbrechen oder einer Straftat zu tun.
Shortly after our interview, Hooker was found guilty and fined more than $30,000.
Think harder. You know why this is happening? What? We did try to ask you. What? Meanwhile, let's get to the meat of the issue. You support a Nazi and the wire will show that. I'm using this at you statement. We did try to ask you. Think harder. 48-month subscriber. That's crazy. That's a new one. That's a very long-term community member kind of collapsing in real time.
The German spy chief has
instead of inside, I mean, here, we'll watch this as well. Here.
told the BBC that the far-right Alternative for Deutschland party poses a risk to the roots of democracy. The AfD regularly rejects accusations of extremism, but the BBC has found clear links between significant party figures and extremists or even former neo-Nazi networks by investigating just one event held in the East German city of Cottbus. Our Berlin correspondent Jessica Parker has this report.
In Germany's east, the far-right Alternative for Deutschland.
Yeah, the funniest was this when they tried to plot a coup to put forth Heinrich the 13th from an old aristocratic family to assume the role of the German monarch. Like, that was kind of funny. That was very stupid and kind of funny. What's still stupid but not funny and very scary was also the fact that Germany had to destroy one entire military unit because every single person in the unit was a Nazi. Like, that shit was crazy. That was not funny. That was actually pretty scary. When they were just like, oh my God, an entire fucking unit is just they're all Nazis.
Deutschland is popular, even aiming for power.
Yeah, Army Special Forces were fucking straight up Nazis.
And Jean-Pascal Homme is a regional parliamentary candidate. The AFD is proactive on social media, but also on the ground, and it feeds this idea they want to promote, that they are of the people and taking on the establishment. But, as the BBC has found, Jean-Pascal Homs held links with several groups now classed by domestic intelligence as extremist, networks accused of anti-migrant, anti-Muslim.
Also, another one of my favorite, like, funniest German Nazi moments is that one of the prominent leaders of the anti-COVID lockdown movements in Germany was a vegan Turkish neo-Nazi. What the fuck was that guy's name? That was really funny. He was like one of the biggest like Q defenders. Yeah, and he was literally Attila Hildmann. Attila Hildmann, ja. Jawohl. Yeah, motherfucker was Turkish, bro. Like, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck do you think is happening? Like, what? Yeah, Attila Klaus Peter Hildmann is a German vegan cookbook author and far-right conspiracy theorist. He wrote his first cookbook in 2009, and his book, Vegan for Fun, was named Cookbook of the Year by Vegetarierbund Deutschland in 2012. He subsequently featured in numerous television programs and talk shows. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Hildmann emerged as a disseminator of the conspiracy ideologies surrounding the virus. He has described himself as ultra-right-wing and as a German nationalist. He has been repeatedly characterized as anti-Semitic and has been on the run since 2024 when German prosecutors issued a European warrant for his arrest. Attila was born in West Berlin and is of Turkish descent, but was raised by German adoptive parents. It's so funny to be a German Nazi as a dude of Turkish descent, and then having to fucking fly to Turkey. He's like, I hate these fucking Muslim. I hate the fucking Islamo-fascism. And then you have to go to Turkey. And then you have to fly to Turkey and be around all these immigrants. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ideology.
All these organizations focus on one subject, the theme of our times. It is the population replacement going on in Germany and in Europe. To voice that and to fight that politically is not extremist.
You don't think the Great Replacement theory is extremist? I mean, it's a far-right conspiracy theory.
No, the Great Replacement is happening. I can see that in my own city. I do not say it is...
Elon must be like, you have said the truth. You have said the absolute truth, my good sir.
Organized from up high, I say it's happening.
It was at this office back in March that Jean-Pascal Homme helped organise an event. The speaker was an MP called Matthias Helfferich, who once described himself as the friendly face of National Socialism, also known as Nazism. Matthias Helfferich insists the years-old leaked messages were satire. His talk here in Cottbus was on remigration, a code word, say many, for mass deportation.
Yeah. Remember how Germans are like, oh, we don't say deportation. That's like Nazi policy. We believe in remigration, which is just deportation. They just repackaged it. So it's so funny to watch them like try to dance around the liberal safeguards that have been placed on language, while still absolutely unconditionally channeling the same policy agenda. They just had to like find new ways of saying the same thing.
Deportations.
Remigration ist die politische Vision einer vertrauten Heimat.
In this video, he talks about remigrating millions to preserve the land of the Germans.
Und aktivistischem Vorfeld.
In the audience in Cottbus that night was Benedikt Kaiser, another influential figure. He works for an AfD MP, but over a decade ago, Mr. Kaiser was pictured at neo-Nazi demos. We've approached him for comment.
Became more and more right-wing extremists.
This spy chief claims that extremism within the AfD poses a risk to democracy.
Spy chief? Wait. Wasn't that the guy who was talking about the AfD earlier? What do you mean?
When I'm speaking about a German oak, a big, strong, old tree, it can take a blizzard, it can take a storm. But once you have an enemy that goes for the roots, and that's exactly what's happening right now, going for the roots of our democracy, it's very dangerous because it goes to the vital parts of our democracy.
The AfD says it's being smeared by a biased establishment. And as the country builds towards regional and EU elections, this isn't a fringe movement, but one trying to go mainstream. Jessica Parker, BBC News in Brandenburg.
Well, let's speak to Assistant Professor of Political Science at Boise State University, Julia Van Dusky. Julia, welcome to you. You've written about the rise of the AfD in Germany, haven't you? How far-reaching are its links with the far right, would you say?
So the German government has been investigating the AfD for quite a while because it is known that many of its members do have links to the far right. So it is far-reaching.
Now, the far right, the AfD rather, political party, is gaining in popularity, isn't it, in Germany? What would you put that down to?
So the AfD originally formed as a response to the Eurozone crisis. There are a lot of Germans who do not support the EU, and they don't support Germany's.
Dude, Germans not supporting the EU is so fucking funny. It's just like, dude, what are you talking about? That's you, man. What do you mean you don't support the EU? It's like Americans not supporting NATO. You know what I mean? Like if you're like one of these dumb like hog patriot Americans and you're like, I hate NATO, I'm like, what are you talking about? It's everything that you wanted and more. Is the same as like hog Germans who are like being like hating the EU. It's like, you are the EU. What do you mean? You don't support NATO? Yeah, because I don't support American imperialism. If you support American empire but hate NATO, that makes no sense. If you support Germany being a dominant force on the planet, but then also simultaneously say the EU is bad, that makes no sense. I'm anti-NATO because I'm anti-American empire. How is this hard to comprehend? If you're pro-American empire, of course you should be pro-NATO. Why would you be anti-NATO?
Role in the EU, and so now there's a party that represents their interests. They're more popular in East Germany amongst older people who had been socialized under a completely different political system. They lived under communism and an authoritarian regime. So politically, they're a little bit different than West Germans. So it's not surprising that the AfD is a little bit more popular there.
And what do you think it means for the future?
Yeah, that's why it's more popular there. It's not like the wealth disparity. It has nothing to do with the wealth disparity and everything to do with the fact that they lived under a communist dictatorship, authoritarian rule. That's why. They're just primed. They're just like genetically more open-minded to that sort of thing. Like if you're an academic if you are an academic who literally has browsed through countless amounts of historical reference points and data, and this is what you present, what are we doing? Like, what a fucking ridiculous approach. Yeah, no wonder we never arrive at the truth.
Democracy of Germany, or would that be alarmist to even go there?
Currently, I don't think the AfD is going anywhere. However, I don't think they're big enough currently to ever form a government in Germany. They're still quite small. And the other parties, the mainstream parties, are unlikely to form a government with them. So in the short term, they can make a lot of noise. They have a platform in parliament, but I don't think they're going to have a lot of influence over policymaking.
Okay, Professor Julie Van Dusky, thank you very much for joining us with your analysis.
Thank you.
I know it's needless to say, but dear God, stay away from Twitter right now. What? DJ Ötzi, Anton aus Tirol.
Ich bin so staunt und auch so wild. Ich treibe es heiß und eisgekühlt. Wippe ich mit dem Gesicht, scheint die Hausmesse es am Wollen Anton aus Tirol. Blaue Pille, Sellerie, das braucht so ein Antonie. Kotter du und keine Schmied.
There's something deeply wrong with Germans that they can just like sit on a mountaintop and not have like extra protective, weather protective gear on. Austrian, okay, still, okay. Austrian, German, Nordic, I just don't fucking understand it. I don't understand it. It freaks me the fuck out. Okay? It freaks me out, dude. There's something wrong with these people, man. How are you not cold, dog? The fuck are you doing? Put some gloves on, bitch. Put some goddamn gloves on. Pissing me off.
Girls, so ein Typ wie mich, den gab's noch nie. Ich bin so schön, ich bin so toll. Ich bin der Anton aus Tirol. Meine gigaschlanken Baden sind der Wahnsinn wie die Madeln. Meine Figur, ein Wunder der Natur. Ich bin so staunt und auch so wild. Ich treibe es heiß und Eis.
Bro, if I was rocking what he's wearing right now, when it's like sub 60 degrees in Los Angeles, I'd be cold. Like, this motherfucker's up there and it's like minus 20 centigrade and he's just chilling, dude. That's crazy. He's just chilling, big chilling. It's not appropriate. It's inappropriate. You need to stop it right now. What's your reason for why so many Eastern European countries became so reactionary and anti-communist after the fall of the Soviet Union? Like, you have East Germany and the mess it's in. Poland also. The leader during the USSR collapse was a staunch anti-communist trade union guy. And Poland is super anti-migrant today. Most Eastern European countries are in NATO now, etc., etc. I don't know. They took the fucking L. And the economic instability caused by the complete collapse of the USSR probably, you know, created the same fantastic opportunity for reactionary sentiment to thrive. Nazis lose after World War II. America still props them up. Okay, all around Western Europe. Communists lose. Socialism completely loses and is destroyed after the Cold War ends and the USSR dissolves. And then that vindicates Nazis even further. that vindicates Nazis that were still very much in existence in many of these places. That vindicates them even further. They end up, becoming recipients of shock therapy, and here we are. Win or lose, these guys are always on top. You shouldn't ever speak about Eastern Europe, bro. Oh, you're right. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't have the high IQ to understand Eastern Europe. It's actually some other reason. Yes. I think you should be more embarrassed to fucking say stuff like that. So why do you think Eastern Europe is so reactionary? Go ahead. Enlighten us, Eastern European chatter. Left movement in East Europe is mostly post-USSR. Okay, continue. Are you saying that there is no left movement under the USSR? Is that what it is? I'm not. I'm confused. My infantile mind cannot comprehend. They hate communism the most because they had to live through it. True. That's right. They know what real communism was like. That's why they hate it. Why do Americans hate it so much? Have they also lived through real communism? Is that why Americans hate it so much, you think? So much that they still think it's very much alive and well? Real communism in America is alive right now. That's why they suffer so much. Americans do. Because of the real communism that they live under. Maybe at a certain point we need to stop, entertaining this stupidity. Entertaining this notion that communism is all around. Real communism. I do think that the failures of governance from the USSR factored into the anti-communist, anti-socialist nature of Eastern Europe. That part I do agree. That part I do believe. I think that is an inception point, but I think that the other things that I mentioned still remain. The other issues that I mentioned still remain very much so at the forefront of why so many of these countries became reactionary. But hey, Eastern European asses, they're still hating from a 90% home ownership rate. You know what I mean? Like, they'll be like, oh man, I fucking... I hate this socialism nonsense from my apartment that I own. It's fucking bullshit, dude. I hate that. Here, let me get on a working public transit system real quick to go hate more efficiently at the public square in the third spaces that were built. Let me go fester in my anger by by sitting around in a public park. I hate that shit.
For the injured. I think that's what people are thinking about at this moment and are concerned about moving forward.
All right, Haley Ott and Samantha Vinograd, my thanks to both of you as we work to gather more information. We're going to take you back to coverage.
The man accused of murdering the United Healthcare CEO.
Elon Musk supports the new CR. Jeffries and White House support the new CR. No shutdown. Third time's the charm. Congress tries again to avoid a shutdown. Speaker Mike Johnson is rolling out his third plan to keep the government lights on, featuring a funding extension until March, aka kicking the can down the road. $110 billion for disaster relief and farmers. Gone is Trump's demand to raise the debt ceiling. Now Republicans are bickering, Democrats are side-eyeing, and a shutdown looms at midnight. It turns out, yes, this plan is passing. Elon Musk approves, so thank God. Our heavenly father, Elon Musk, has decided this one is good. Jeffries speaking now, thanking Dems for sticking together. Jeffries has been on the phone with White House Schumer and said Johnson all day too, talking about $100 billion in disaster aid as a win. Jeffries, the White House says it is a bill they are prepared to support. Schumer also shares that view. Jeffries did complain about broken trust with Republicans. Yeah, isn't there someone you forgot to ask meme, but with Elon Musk? Thank God he finally consented. The speaker did a good job here. It went from a bill that weighed pounds to a bill that weighed ounces. Ball should now be in the Dem court. Thank God. 11 dead now at Christmas market. Covered that yet? The number currently is 2. And I did cover it. I just got done. I didn't even actually get done covering it. But we sidestepped for a second to talk about the breaking news from the disaster that was averted.
Say that
Oh my God, Ryan Grimm is on a TikTok. Ryan Grimm, get off my TikTok For You page. You are not a hot white girl. My TikTok For You page is supposed to be hot white girls, cats, and Call of Duty Dragon Ball Z. This guy never ended up responding, by the way. He just said left movement in East Europe is mostly post-USSR and had no additional feedback at all. I was like, can you please explain to me what you mean? And he's like, nah. I actually... How about you watch the video? What video? Anyway, let's look at what the I don't know what the meat looks like for this this new bill. I don't know what they kept out of it, but I guess seemingly the biggest point of contention that was cast aside is the extension. Is the January 2027 extension for no debt limit. That one they just took out of it, and I do feel like it's still very much like a Republican move to ask for a lot more and then turn around and dial it back. Ask for 10 things. First, you go to the table and you extract concessions out of the Democrats. Then when that continued resolution bill is about to be passed instantly, because there were already concessions that the Democrats had given to the Republicans in the previous continued resolution, They turn around and say at the last second, no, we shouldn't pass this. And then they say, we want 10 things. Okay. Take out like eight funding mechanisms out of the continued resolution, and then demand one thing that's like insane, right? And then they take out the insane thing, and they're still left with the 8 other things that they got out of the bill. And then the Democrats actually make it seem as though they won a massive victory here and are willing to concede. Democrats highlighted casualty of the spending fight, funding to combat pediatric cancer. But hey, look, they were graceful in their loss. Once again, you notice that? They get to drive a big blow to the heart of the Republican propaganda machine. Here are the 6 bipartisan policies that were taken out of the spending bill after Musk torched it. Okay, bidaka baba. Bubba came in quick with the chicken tendies. Isn't Biden still president? How is Elon Musk involved here? No, Elon Musk is the real president, okay? Make no mistake. Okay, here are some of the things that were taken out that the Republicans wanted to take out, or Elon Musk specifically was advocating to take out of the bill. And this is still something that Jeff is reporting off of what the aides are saying, so we don't know the full details yet. My understanding per aides is that these are also out of what's about to be voted on. Provision aimed at ensuring food stamps are replenished for Americans whose benefits are stolen, probably as many as 300,000 affected. Number 2, a series of changes to the operations of pharmacy benefit managers, middlemen in the medicine business that negotiate drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. E.g., attempted to end spread pricing, where PBMs charge a health plan for more for a drug than what they pay to the pharmacies to dispense it. So they took out the pharmacy benefit managers a part of this equation, which is ironic because it literally only serves like United Healthcare at a pivotal time when everyone seemingly is paying attention to how shitty United Healthcare is. Congress acted again on this bipartisan provision, because the for-profit healthcare sector is so corrupt and so gross and so bad at making pricing infinitely worse that even Republicans were like, yeah, we got to deal with this. Okay. So even this otherwise reactive bill was torched. Great stuff there. Fantastic. Pay hikes for members of Congress was taken out. Transferring control of the land in Washington, D.C., where RFK Stadium sits, to the district. No new funds here. PBM explained in the best way. I already covered it. I watched this video yesterday. Cruz Klobuchar bill aimed at cracking down on revenge porn and deepfakes is taken out as well. Don't know why they did that. That part is truly an enigma. I can't even talk. I genuinely don't understand why they took the revenge porn deepfakes provision out. I don't know. New and expanded restrictions on U.S. investments in China. That one was for Elon Musk. The bill is now much shorter, about 900 pages or so shorter. It funds the government and provides aids to farmers and natural disaster victims. It does not include a debt ceiling lift. Is it because of Elon and Grok? Is that why they don't they have the deep fake provision taken out? That seems so stupid. Like I don't even understand that. I truly don't understand that at all. So yeah, let's watch what CNN is saying. Let's go live. Your boss on Elon government privatization. Yeah, we'll do that in a second. Let's see what CNN has to say about this bill. Well, they're not saying anything because they're on a fucking ad break. God damn it. By the way, reminder that we do not have ad breaks on the broadcast, but you can still subscribe. Subscriptions will offer you many benefits like supporting the show, my editorial independence, and also numerous other goodies like the emotes that you can use site-wide. So, please subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Anyway, let's see what Fox News is
I don't
saying.
have the list of the Republicans who voted against this, but they would say what Tyrus is saying, is that we are voting against this, and they have to get Democrats.
If you subscribe, you can also send links.
We are not doing business as usual, but this is something that they had to come together and pass if they wanted to get it across the finish line and over to the Senate before midnight.
And it's really difficult to cut. In DC, it's really difficult because everything is a program that somebody cares about. And so you're going to have a constituency that is angry.
Trades for and that they're hearing from constituents and lobbyists about constantly. It will be interesting to see the difference in influence of President-elect Trump once he becomes president and Elon Musk and the Doge caucus and all this. And we should note there are Democrats that are part of the Doge caucus formally when we get to March and they want to put through a long-term spending bill. Instead of just this 4 months. But I appreciate just a little shout out for Hakeem Jeffries. We'll see over time if he lives up to Nancy Pelosi's legacy, but he keeps very good control of the Democratic caucus and they fall in line with him. And he says, no, we're going to go no on this. We want these changes. Fine. We're going to go yes on this. And everybody lines up with him. And that makes me happy because it's going to be a difficult few years with opportunities to get stuff done with such a slim majority on the Republican side.
Well, but Charlie, now we get to do this again in March.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, everybody.
Well, you think
that's what's going to happen.
This is not the worst it's going to be. It's going to get much worse. But I do think it's interesting, an important thing to sort of take a step back and recognize that the only principled fight going on anywhere on spending is within the Republican caucus. Yeah. In the House and in the Senate, but it's within the Republican caucus. And the Democrats are playing, as they always do, and they're very good at it, and I don't necessarily blame them for doing it, but it's all political. And they're playing political games, they're playing mind games, and a smash and grab pork fest that is the only thing that lines them up to get to go along with these things. And I think that the only interesting argument, principled fight going on is among Republicans.
Well, look, the one thing they're going to have to get used to, the previous administration didn't remember anything and never held anybody accountable. I have all the confidence in the world that President Trump won't forget all of this and he will hold people accountable. And there will be, like I said, this administration didn't fire nobody. There'll be firings. There'll be people who are going to get up out of their seats. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right. As you're looking at the vote now, and as Chad Pergram told us moments ago, 363 in favor, 34 against. That's well past the 2/3 they need to get this thing moving. It now heads to the Senate. Of course, we will talk about all of this on Fox News Sunday this weekend and see if the government is indeed funded by then.
Who anchors that?
And I anchor the show, Charlie.
Shannon, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. 29 again. Yeah. That's it for us. Have a great night.
For the 5th time.
Good evening and welcome to Washington. I'm Rich Edson in for Brett Baer. Breaking tonight, we are now less than 6 hours from the deadline to get a funding bill through Congress before the start of a partial government shutdown. But it appears that may be averted. House members apparently will pass the latest version of a stopgap measure.
Why are we listening to the great value Dave Bautista? How dare you?
And you're in the Situation Room. We're following major breaking news right now. The U.S. House of Representatives appears to be on the verge of approving a bill to avert a federal government shutdown. The pared-down plan winning support from both Democrats and Republicans after Donald Trump set off a scramble here in Washington when he tanked a previously negotiated bipartisan deal. Let's get right to our chief congressional correspondent, Manu Raju, who is up on Capitol Hill. Manu, update our viewers on the very latest.
Yeah, this is on the verge of passing, Wolf, averting a scare at the last minute. A government shutdown just on the horizon in a matter of hours. But now the House is poised to pass this bill well over the threshold, the 2/3 majority needed to pass this bill that would keep the government open up until mid-March. Right now, it's a 366 to 34 vote. That's well over the 290 votes that would be needed, assuming all members are here and present. So that, and right now, it looks like it's broken down. A lot of Republicans in favor of it. Well, 170 Republicans voting in the affirmative, just 34 voting against it. And the Democrats, more Democrats have supported this. In fact, 196 Democrats. There's not a single Democratic no vote. Now, this came all after a scare over the last several days, and then the aftermath of Donald Trump intervening late and scuttling a separate bipartisan deal that had been reached. It appeared to be on a glide path to becoming law. Trump demanding major changes, including to include an increase of the national debt limit, something he wanted off the table. So we would have to
Come on, CNN.
deal with it in the next Congress. That is a
God damn it. Got cooked.
deal with it in the next Congress. That is a
All right, whatever.
Why are we doing 110 billion? I mean, maybe we could do 50 billion and ask again in a month or two whether it's being wisely spent or whether people are stealing the money from us. And so just larding out the money without doing any kind of conscious pay for us is a mistake.
The government funding episode underscores the headaches facing House Speaker Mike Johnson. He has a smaller majority next year.
I think the equivalent of what Mike Johnson has had to do over the last couple of weeks is like trying to eat a live porcupine. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so he has eaten the porcupine.
The porcupine has been consumed.
Now, this vote is still open. It should be closed momentarily here, and we're waiting for the actual vote count. But this bill will pass the House of Representatives. It is then on to the Senate to sync up, perhaps later tonight. The deadline is midnight. Rich?
Chad, it looked like this bill got some pretty solid support from Democrats here. Democrats still control the Senate at least for another few weeks. Do we expect the same result over there in the Senate?
Anytime you see a vote of this caliber, that many yeas, it's probably going to get through the other chamber here. In fact, it's just a question of time. We wonder how long they will take, but probably you could see a vote of 70 or 80 yeas on this bill in the Senate later tonight.
Is this the kind of thing where one senator can hold up the whole thing and make this go for a few days, or this close to the holidays, we don't expect that one of the 100 would do that?
Yeah, absolutely. You could have that happen because, again, you have to get unanimous consent and agreement to step on the gas and get around all the Senate procedures. Anybody could do that and really drag this out and force a government shutdown at that stage. We haven't gotten any signals of that. I've been asking around all day. Earlier in the week, nobody could quite tell us what they were planning to do. But what happens around this time of year, especially just before the Christmas holidays, is people want to get out of the building and get home and trim the tree and bake the cookies or whatever. So that might kind of give impetus for people to vote for this bill tonight and get home.
Okay. Chad Pergram live for us on the Capitol Hill. Chad, thank you very much. Well, got the panel here, Mark Thiessen, Molly Hemingway, Juan Williams. I'll just get a quick reaction from you guys. They got it done, it appears. What do you think, Mark?
So there was never, the choice right now is you've got a Democratic Senate, as you pointed out, a Democratic president, so there was never going to be a good bill. So the choice was a bad bill, which is what they had, or a CR. And they've basically chosen the CR with a little bit of a plus with the disaster rate in the Farm Bill. So they're trying to get out of jail for free at this point. The whole fight has been pushed aside. As for the Senate, I don't think anybody's going to, I agree with Chad, I don't think anybody's going to stop it. I remember I used to work for Senator Jesse Helms, who was used to hold up the Senate in knots in the old days. And one time he was holding up the Senate before Christmas, and somebody went up to him on the floor and said, "Jesse, if you don't relent, we're going to be singing Silent Night here in the Senate floor." And he said, "Well, if you don't relent, we're going to be singing Old Lang Syne." I don't think that's going to happen this time.
Molly, this is an extreme case of stopgap, right? This hasn't quelled any of the underlying questions that have been brought up over the last couple of days.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Americans are just looking at this and saying Congress doesn't really have that many jobs. They're supposed to appropriate funds and they're supposed to collect the funds. They've known this was coming all year. The fact that once again we're at the same precipice where we have to fund the government with hours to
that's
go.
The only
it shows
job
just
of
how
Congress.
broken Congress is. And I think when you look at this past election, Americans are saying, we're sick of how we're doing this. You know, we have this massive deficit. We have horrific debt. We have all these problems. And the people in Washington, not only are they not fixing it, they don't even seem capable of fixing it. So I think once everything gets through here, people are going to have much higher standards and much more focus on Congress, which really has played a big role and gotten away with a lot of things and not being held accountable for the mess that the country is in.
Yeah, Juan, we're here because Congress didn't pass any of the appropriations. It's like you want to go across the street and say, what is it you say you do here, guys, right?
Well, I mean, you know, you go back and you think about the fact that we've had Republican majorities, and you start looking back to Boehner, you know, come forward to Paul Ryan, and then, of course, you come through the recent years, and you understand what a difficult situation it has been for Speaker Johnson. He's got a divided caucus and people who don't want to compromise, and he's dealing with Donald Trump and apparently Elon Musk sending signals from afar, in some cases undercutting him. But so I think that what we've seen today, and what's the clearest signal to me, is that the dissension is among the Republicans. Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader in the House, has gotten the Democrats to vote for this bill, but you haven't seen a unified force on the Republican side. And what is that signal going forward? I think I agree with my colleagues tonight in the Senate. People will vote for this and push it forward. But you think about the reason that this remains controversial is because they did not extend the debt limit, right? And what is that about? That's about the future of Republican plans to pass an extension of the Trump tax cut of 2017. And if you don't have that extension, then how do you do it? Where's the money coming from? What's the offset? What's the Trump agenda going forward? And will it have the support necessary on the Hill?
Well, to this point, I mean, I do think they are going to have to raise the debt limit. That's just something you have to get done. But you look at what's happened in Washington, D.C. in recent decades. I mean, Mitch McConnell was talking about not shutting down the government. When he was elected first time in D.C., I think we had 1.8 trillion in debt, and now it's 20 times that. I don't think you do have much disagreement between Republicans and Democrats when it comes to, you know, adding all this debt to the American taxpayer. But people are looking for change, and not just, you know, party-wise. They're just looking for people who will be serious and help the country with some problems.
One advantage Donald Trump has coming out of this, out of the dissension in the Congress that Molly points out to, is that because they didn't pass a budget this year, he's going to get 2 reconciliation bills next year. Normally, the president gets 1 budget reconciliation bill, but because they didn't pass a 2025 budget bill, he gets that reconciliation bill, and then he gets another one later in the year. Yeah. So he has 2 shut bites at the apple to do an all-Republican bill on taxes and spending. So he could come in, because of all that division, he could come in the first weeks of January and pass a tax cut for eliminating taxes on tips, eliminating taxes on overtime, Social Security, and all that, and just get that done in a few weeks, and then come back and do tax.
Guys, you want to know what? Because Senate parliamentarian. What if the Senate parliamentarian says, no, you can't do that? Over under on how fast that person would get fired. Literally, the moment that the Senate parliamentarian even thinks about such things, they would get fired.
Disaster relief for those people impacted by the hurricanes, and it doesn't include extending or raising the debt ceiling, which Democrats viewed as an accelerated vehicle to extend the 2017 Trump tax cuts. But in the lead up to this moment, the president didn't make any statements. He stayed out of public view, and the White House framed that as a strategy, even as they had to admit that he hadn't even made contact with Democratic leaders in both chambers until earlier this afternoon, about 12 hours before the shutdown deadline loomed. Rank-and-file Democrats were describing a vacuum of leadership. Talks with half a dozen lawmakers generated this Politico headline, quote, Biden is AWOL as Washington spirals into shutdown chaos. His absence really gave the GOP a counterpunch.
By the way, Joe Biden's still the president of the United States. Where is Joe Biden? Has anybody heard from Joe Biden?
The picture of a president still in office but not in charge was coming together long before Trump and Elon Musk scuttled the government funding plan, giving Biden some cover with that. Fewer and fewer public appearances lately, or even printed statements, lending liberal voices to more loudly question why Biden has been laying low.
Do you think Biden has quietly quit?
Trump isn't president yet. A fact that's getting easier and easier to forget.
That now appears against the backdrop of a damning Wall Street Journal report alleging that White House staff have been working to manage the diminished president for years, restricting his interactions with lawmakers and even cabinet members, keeping meetings short, scripted, and ideally in the afternoon. Quote, senior advisors were often put into roles that some administration officials and lawmakers thought Biden should occupy. Now, the White House denied to the Journal that Biden has declined, but allies who first championed his re-election bid are now on defense.
I do not hang out with the president on the weekends. I don't spend time with him socializing and in person. My experience with him in the time up to that debate led me to believe that he was fully capable of competently leading our nation.
The White House caught a lid around 5 p.m., clear sign that the president was betting that there would be plenty of blame to go around if the government did, in fact, shut down, because Trump had said that this would be a Biden problem to solve, but you had Trump and Elon Musk scuttling a bipartisan plan that the White House kept speaking up for earlier today. Rich.
Well, Jackie Heinrich live for us at the White House. Jackie, thanks very much.
Thanks.
Breaking tonight, our other top story is overseas. At least 2 people are reported dead and dozens injured after a driver plowed his vehicle into a Christmas market in Germany. Authorities believe it was intentional and that the vehicle may have been equipped with explosives. Correspondent Alex Hogan has the latest tonight from London. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Rich. So this was a mass casualty event after people were enjoying a Christmas market and a car plowed into them at that event this evening. 2 people are dead, including one of them who is believed to be a small child. As many as 60 people are wounded, 15 of them facing serious injuries. Hospitals near Magdeburg, Germany were quickly put on high alert to prepare for a maximum casualty event. German officials tonight warning that the death toll could rise. Law enforcement, firefighters and rescue personnel set up a perimeter on the scene tonight as police cornered off the vehicle over concerns that it could be triggered.
Alex, thanks very much for that. So we're going to have to cut you off here. We have Speaker Johnson now after the votes that succeeded in the House.
It was a big priority for us. This is America First legislation because it allows us to be set up to deliver for the American people. In January, we will make a sea change in Washington. President Trump will return to D.C. and to the White House, and we will have Republican control of the Senate and the House. Things are going to be very different around here. This was a necessary step to bridge the gap, to put us into that moment where we can put our fingerprints on the final decisions on spending for 2025. We also, in this bill, as you know, took care of Americans who desperately needed and deserved the assistance. We had a record hurricane season. Hurricanes Helene and Milton in particular did dramatic damage across at least 6 states. The Carolinas, Virginia, from Florida, Tennessee, all the way through. And they have been waiting for the federal government to assist. We did that tonight in this bill. We also took care of our farmers, many of whom were on the brink of collapse because of Bidenomics, frankly, because the inflationary cost of their inputs and the inability they have right now to get loans from the banks and the lenders to put their crops in the ground, to put the seeds in the ground in the spring. So we had to take care of that, and we did. We are excited about this outcome tonight. We're grateful that everyone stood together to do the right thing. And having gotten this done now as the last order of business for the year, we are set up for a big and important new start in January. We can't wait to get to that point. We encourage swift passage in the Senate now. They need to do their job as the House just did. We will all go home. I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year, because I hope not to see you until we get back after that. I was in constant contact with President Trump throughout this process, spoke with him most recently about 45 minutes ago. He knew exactly what we were doing and why, and this is a good outcome for the country. I think he certainly is happy about this outcome as well. Elon Musk and I talked within about an hour ago,
Prediction. They're going to, on accident, in the upcoming year, say President Musk.
In the world, I think it is. But we're going to get through this. We are going to unify this country, and we are going to bring the America First agenda to the people beginning in January. We cannot wait to get started. I hope you all have a great holiday.
All right, that's it for House Speaker Mike Johnson.
A Republican is on accident, completely unintentionally, going to slip up and say President Musk. Not Democrats. Democrats are already saying it to shit on Elon Musk, or to shit on Donald Trump.
Been in constant contact with President Biden? I don't think they have been. I mean, it's quite remarkable development. I mean, Trump is effectively behaving. He's not president yet, but he's effectively the president. Joe Biden, they told us that Joe Biden was capable of serving 4 more years. He hasn't been able to serve the 2 months since the election. He fell asleep at a table in Angola. He's left a massive vacuum that Donald Trump has stepped in and filled. Donald Trump has had more of an impact on what's happening on Capitol Hill today than the sitting president of the United States.
It's almost like what you saw with all the foreign leaders the moment Donald Trump was elected. They're all going to Mar-a-Lago, treating him as if he were the actual president. It is kind of crazy right now.
I first see a high-profile Republican on accident saying President Elon Musk or President Musk. It driving media narratives for like a week, and then inevitably causing it will be the final blow of the relationship that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have. Okay? I will add that to my yearly predictions. I think that the dynamic is already on shaky ground. You can't have two divas like that side by side. There's always going to be issues with that. But it's especially bad when it reaches this like peak where, Trump starts really getting insecure about his position and how much influence he has.
Much more on this after the break. We do have to take a break. An awful lot has happened. We'll be back with more. In this process, all the liberals who have talked about how Biden is a mental dynamo will not be punished. Of course not. They will be rewarded. They will have their German attacker was a pro-AfD Saudi refugee, according to Die Welt. Can't make this up. What? Ain't nobody's gonna believe that, dude. He was pro-AfD? Right after we talked about Attila Hildmann. He's like, as a Saudi man, I wanted to do a false flag so that they deport my family. As a Saudi man, I wanted to do a fucking Islamic style act of terror so they deport me and my family and others like me from Germany so that they can truly make Germany great again. I know what the AfD is, chatter. And yes, I know the Saudi guy was a doctor in Germany since 2006. Die Welt claims that on its Twitter, the attacker said the police are the true drivers of Islamism and that they need the AfD to protect the police from themselves. Oh no, he's an ex-Muslim. Oh, those are always the fucking craziest guys. He's a doctor in Germany since 2006. What we know about the Magdeburg attacker. A man drives a rental car into a crowd at Magdeburg Christmas market. At least 2 people die, including a small child. A lot of information is circulating. There are dramatic scenes just before Christmas. What we know, according to initial findings, the man is a 50-year-old doctor born in 1974 from Saudi Arabia. He came to Germany in 2006 and lives in Bernburg, around 50 kilometers south of Magdeburg. According to information from Welt, a police operation is currently taking place at the place of residence. He's a permanent residence permit.
He was not known to the authorities as an Islamist. As things stand, he was a lone perpetrator, so there is no further danger to the city as far as we're concerned. We were able to Magdeburg. This is the Twitter account of the attacker. No shot. No, this is fucking made up. Magdeburg. According to Hasselhoff, the perpetrator drove a rental car into the crowd. Additional footage showing the arrest of the suspect. What information is circulating about the perpetrator? According to Spiegel, the man is a specialist in psychiatry and psychotherapy named Talib A. and was recognized as a refugee in 2016. Welt found a profile of Talib al-Abdul Mohsen on social media, to whom all of the above information applies. The Frankfurter Rundschau reported on this man in March 2019. The article says Talib al-Abdul Mohsen has lived in Germany since 2006. He came to Germany as a guest doctor during his specialist training as a psychotherapist and later applied for asylum here because he had been threatened with death for turning away from Islam. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. On X, the man appears as an ex-Muslim critic of Islam. On Friday evening, he posted several videos in which he says in English, "I hold the German nation responsible for killing of Socrates. Another reason why I hold German citizens responsible for the persecution I experienced in Germany is the story of a UBS stick stolen from my mailbox." Okay, he's just he's extra mentally ill. Later in the video, he says, "The government is criminal instead of protecting me. The police are the criminals in this case. I hold the German nation and the German citizens responsible." The man's profile text states in English, "Germany is hunting Saudi asylum seekers inside and outside Germany to destroy our lives. And Germany wants to Islamize Europe." His cover photo shows a gun. Oh my God, this is his account. Dude, the fucking former Muslim guys in the West are so crazy. In June of this year, the account posted in German, "In my experience, the German police are the real drivers of Islamism in Germany. My experience is 7 years in which the police most recently in March 2024 used dirty tactics against me and other critics of Islam to destroy our anti-Islam activism. The left are crazy. We need AFD to protect the police from them." In 2020 and in 2021, the user posted several tweets mentioning the city of Magdeburg. In 2019, the BBC reported that Talib al-Abdul Mohsen was helping ex-Muslims flee the Gulf region. In Saudi Arabia, he was unable to safely practice his atheism. You know what's really interesting about this? I mean, this tracks with what I do know about like former Muslims living in fucking... I mean, it's so funny that we were just talking about Attila Hildmann, who was also a German of Turkish descent, who was a prominent fucking neo-Nazi during the COVID shutdowns, and and this guy seemingly is of that same seasoning. Is this source credible? Is not only credible, but it's conservative, right? Isn't Welt a conservative outlet, chat? It's not like Der Spiegel. Like, if I saw this from Der Spiegel, I would still probably think about it, because Der Spiegel is most likely to just lie and say, no, the fucking, the guy is like a radical transgender leftist or whatever, right? This is like Fox News looking at an incident where there's like a Muslim guy who did an act of terror in America and turning around and being like, actually, the guy was anti-Islam. Oh wait, it's not Spiegel. I'm thinking of maybe Bild. Spiegel is libbed up. What was it? Was it Bild? Okay. Welt is a part of Axel Springer, also publishing Bild, also fucking Business Insider, for the record, chatters who don't know. Axel Springer also owns Business Insider too. In America. And Politico. And Politico. And Politico. Yeah. God, this is what happens when you have hella fucking politics nerds trapped in one community. Look at this. There's like all of these fucking silly ass like European, German, and American outlets. And immediately everyone was like, no, you don't understand. This is like, here's how they know. I mean, here's what else he owns. Wasn't there a massive story from January about the secret AFD meeting in that hotel where Alice Weidel's top advisor met with proud neo-Nazis who planned a deportation of over 2 million Germans, some of them citizens? How do people like this exist? Oh, when you are a what? No, he's an Elon Musk glazer. I mean, that makes sense. If he's an ex-Muslim, he's like a militant atheist ex-Muslim. Ayaan Hirsi Ali comes to mind. You know what I mean? A lot of those guys are fucking freaks. A lot of the militant atheist ex-Muslim guys have tremendous brain rot, where they are so desperate to be liked by some of the most racist Islamophobic people. They're a bunch of little Mossab Hassan Yusufs, you know, the son of Hamas. I mean, Hirsi Ali actually converted to Christianity too. Like, she even went, she took it one step further when the grift was running out. Bruce Daisley said Elon Musk should be arrested and Tommy Robinson censored, citing Germany as a shining example of media censorship. Have you ever went on the ex-Muslim subreddit? It's just a million of the exact type of guy you're describing. No, I've never been on there, and I don't want to be a part of that. Yeah, well, I mean, I wonder how the media or the Twitter will react to this guy. They'll probably still say, no, it's fake. He's actually super militant Islam. Even if he was like seemingly a former Muslim who is a AFD guy, but Saudi Tommy Robinson, AFD loving militant crank psychiatrist. Yeah. I suspect they'll say something along the lines of, well, he is a Muslim after all, and it is ingrained in their DNA. You know what I mean? Like, they'll say some shit like that, where they'll be like, oh no, you don't understand, like, he's Arab. So even if they actually liberalize by living in the Western world, they still cannot let go of their Arab DNA. I suspect. Amy Meck interviewed him 5 days ago. Saudi psychiatrist exposes Germany's active operation, welcoming jihadis to Islamize the West while crushing ex-Muslim refugees. Oh my God. He is
was accompanying her.
Oh my God. That's why he had 48,000 followers, bro. He's like a right-wing. He had 43,000 followers on Twitter. He's like a right-wing crank. He's a part of the international fascist movement. Oh my God.
A child on a scholarship in the United States contacted me with
Is this
direct
actually the
messages.
guy? Bro, if this is actually the guy, this is dead to rights. I don't understand the Hershey Ali hate. Wasn't she just vocal about protecting young girls from genital mutilation, having she experiences herself? Yeah, she's just the intactivist chatter. You're right. None of those guys. Oh my God. Okay, first of all, not a single one of those motherfuckers who are like ex-Muslim commentators in the West actually just stick to one thing, okay? Their entire purpose here is to give credence to the fears that Islamophobic freaks have in the Western world. After all, they can point to her and be like, see, she's Muslim and she recognizes it. She's ex-Muslim and she recognizes it. She is basically like Candace Owens, okay? These are not real. These are not like real valid criticism of Islam that these guys are these guys are fucking advocating for. Dude, anti-FGMers are not intactivists. No, dude, I'm not a fucking. First of all, female genital mutilation is not even a fucking part of Islam. Do you understand that? Like, that's not a real thing in Islam. The broadest subsects of the Muslim majority on the planet do not practice female genital mutilation. What the fuck are you talking about? You dumb fuck. So yeah, when someone is running around being like, this is a formative part of Islam, actually, well, maybe I'm going to have a little bit of an issue with that. Don't you think? It's so fucking stupid. Ayan Hershey Ali is maximum transphobe. She's everything. She's like all of these guys are grifters. All of these guys are fucking Yeonmi Park style content creators. And it's really funny because you guys hate Yeonmi Parks. You make fun of her. But then when it like corresponds to your own personal biases, you're like, okay, maybe that is the case. Maybe there's some truth to what she's saying. Maybe she's like a reasonable activist against female genital mutilation. So why the fuck did she tie it to the Ummah, the global fucking Islamic interpretations? Every single one of these like fucking former Muslim activists in the Western world are just like rabid, sociopathic, right-wing freaks. All they do is just sit around and fucking talk about how, you know, the global jihad is happening because of Angela Merkel or whatever. And then they go on Bill Maher's show. And yeah, during the Obama era, they tried to present themselves as the real progressives and how Obama was actually regressive because he was secretly a Muslim. And then, under the Trump administration, they very quickly were like, actually, fuck this progressive shit. We love being conservative. Why did they dramatically shift in their political ideology and the way that they communicate? Anyway, most of you don't know who the fuck she is anyway. Because their fucking grift ended a long time ago. But it's funny that there are 48 most subscribers in the chat being like, no, you don't understand. She's a principled, she's principled and against female genital mutilation. And that's it. Nothing else. What don't you understand, please? Yeah.
On Twitter and asked me for help to apply for asylum. And that's where I started my activism, helping refugees from particularly Saudi Arabia, but in practice, actually, from anywhere in the world, if I could help. So it was not planned. I mean, I started my activism to criticize Islam initially, and then people just flooded me with requests for help regarding asylum and refugees, and I just responded to them. I helped them. Yeah? That's how I started my refugee activism.
That is great. So, from the point of view of the Western world, there has been a great deal of distortion of important language concerning things, like a number of things. But one of them is the.
Who's this guy? This is allegedly the German terrorist. This is the German terrorist, Saudi Arabian doctor living in Germany since 2006, who's an anti-Islam guy, who is actually an AFD supporter, it turns out.
Term refugees. So a great deal of people that are coming to the West under the rubric of refugees appear actually to be something quite different. Can you tell us specifically the people who are looking for your help to get refugee status? What differentiates them from the teeming throngs, and where do you see the issues here?
Well, most of the people who approach me come from.
I'd be careful saying before it's confirmed. I said allegedly. I don't know. This is what I'm operating off of, what Welt reported on. Funny how that one news lady immediately was like, oh, it's related to October 7 and Islamism? Yeah.
Saudi Arabia. That's because I am from Saudi Arabia. So basically, when you want to ask someone about how to get a visa, how to get into an asylum country legally, you naturally tend to ask someone from the same country. And that's why most of my, let's call it clients, actually, I don't take any money. I give them money from my own salary, but I call them clients. In this context, most of them are from Saudi Arabia, but I'm open for everybody. I mean, I had people from Canada even, literally asking for help to seek asylum in Europe because they are threatened by their Muslim families, what is called honor killing. And I had also requests for help from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, many other countries, actually. So I'm open for everybody if I could help. But most of the people who ask me for help are from Saudi Arabia. And most of them are actually ex-Muslims or tend to be secular, although I'm open. I help Muslims, even with my own money, equally if I can do that. I don't pay attention. I don't ask people about their religious backgrounds. But most of the people who ask me for help happen to be ex-Muslims because I am ex-Muslim, and they feel that they are communicating with someone with the same background.
The racist guy asked them a question about how do you distinguish between people, good Muslims like you, versus evil terrorist Muslims. When you bring them into Germany, don't you think you're also Islamizing Europe by bringing in Muslims into Germany? And given that he is very clearly mentally ill, he doesn't understand that the guy in front of him is like not differentiating between ex-Muslims and current Muslims, and thinks, you know, most of them have the terrorism gene in them. So how do you figure out? Yeah, he used a term that I've never even heard before, which is teeming throngs. What the fuck does that even mean? All the Muslim Hasanabi heads in the chat know exactly what this dude is, because just a lot of people. Oh, okay. Well, all of the Hasanabi heads that are Muslim in this chat know what this is. This is like a real Uncle Ahmed situation here. Okay. It's one of the grossest, wormiest little ways to exist, in my opinion. Truly, truly gross. When you look at an inherently hostile, it's the Candace Owens. It's Candace Owens. You look at an inherently hostile planet, an inherently hostile grouping of people to your existence, and you desperately try to make sense of it by saying, I am just like you. I am a racist too. I promise. Like, I will be your loyal little servant, operating at the behest of whatever racist fascination you might have, and solidifying it and agreeing with it. They still hate him anyways. So the Islamist lunatic who drove to the Christmas market in Magdeburg is a Saudi doctor who spent his life getting asylum seekers into Europe. Yeah, except he is, again, a fucking former Muslim. Bro spent his life saying, I'm not a Muslim, I'm an atheist, and drove through a Christmas market. We've all heard about this long list of atheists attacking Christmas markets. Germans, be prepared for the gaslighting. When an Algerian Muslim stabbed 3 kids last year in Dublin, we were told he's a citizen. He's been here for decades. He's practically Irish, and he didn't practice Islam. Well, if you commit an act of jihad, yeah, they don't give a fuck. See? They're like, nah, he's Arab, dog. He's Muslim.
Hi, my name is Talib. I'm from Saudi Arabia. I'm an activist. I created a website to help people seeking asylum, especially from Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region. Hi.
That fedora is an Islamic crime. Yeah.
So let's summarize that by saying that most of the people I help are Saudi ex-Muslims.
Very interesting. So it sounds to me like the people that you are trying to help would be legitimately classed as refugees in using the old language, prior to what we call refugees now.
Yeah, he means like only if you're an atheist in a Muslim country are you truly a refugee that needs shelter in Europe. If you're a Sunni Muslim in a Shia country, or if you're a Shia Muslim in a Sunni country, or if you're a Sunni or Shia Muslim that happens to be gay or whatever, or happens to, be a victim to political persecution, or a victim to the destabilization that American imperialism has caused, you are not a real refugee. You can only be a refugee if you're like, I'm an atheist and I am scared of the Saudi government killing me. You know what I mean? You can't be escaping a war. You just have to be escaping the real war, which is the war against atheism.
And further, that these would be refugees in the sense that, especially women, I guess, who would be looking to escape the consequences of a oppressive Sharia law. And that would include people in Canada and other non-Muslim countries where Islam has now taken a toehold. Is that fair to say then, to summarize?
That's right. Most of them, let's say, definitely there are, I'm not trying to say that they are, perfectly clean, but most of them are literally legit, and they are basically escaping the persecution from the Islamic Sharia.
I just need you to understand what level of mental illness we're experiencing right now. We're watching a Rumble video of an American guy. I don't know who the fuck this person is, interviewing the guy who allegedly did, according to Welt's reporting, this is the guy that did the Christmas drive terror attack. Okay. And the guy is like a known entity, I guess, in the right-wing, universal right-wing fascist circuit. He's a Saudi doctor who's been living in Germany since 2006, applied for asylum in Germany in 2016, has a YouTube channel, has a sizable following on Twitter, and is pro-AFD, and sometimes even to the right of the AFD. And not only that, but also he is so fucking insane that he said, I help Muslims or ex-Muslims in Canada escape Sharia. He said Sharia law has overtaken Canada.
For reasons, related to the oppression, like imposing the head cover called hijab on women, or basically some of them even threatened because just that they left Islam or they criticized Islam. Like one of the last cases I helped, he is a Saudi guy who had a Twitter account with 9 followers, only 9 followers. And he was complaining on Twitter because he was forced to fast Ramadan. So the Saudi
Dog, what the fuck are you saying? Like in your own house, what who's gonna know if you're drinking water? Like what the fuck? Most people in the Muslim world spend most of the fucking daylight sleeping anyway. I mean, not everyone, but I suspect that if you're indoors, you can do whatever the fuck you want. There's no like government surveillance, the haram police. I've never been to Saudi Arabia, so I don't know, but like it would be shocking.
prosecution, literally, the Saudi prosecution did some, intelligence work to get his identity, literally, on Twitter. And they were able.
Okay, this part I do believe, though. I'm not even joking. The Saudi government has literally done this for like the Shia Saudis and shit. This part is actually not fake. He's insane. I don't know if the story that he's specifically talking about is real. I don't think that the Saudi intelligence would use their resources on one guy being like, they're forcing me to fucking not drink water during Ramadan or anything. But yes, Saudi, the Saudi intelligence agencies absolutely persecute people, and they use Twitter, which is now owned by Elon Musk, who's also in the pocket of Saudis, that to actively out Saudi dissidents and maybe even kill them. Now, the honor killings in Canada, he's out of his fucking mind. Saudi intelligence is incompetent, as we saw from 5 explanations they gave about Khashoggi within 48 hours. It doesn't matter. They might be bad at PR, but it's easy for them to just literally go to Elon Musk and be like, give me the fucking information of this account. And Elon's like, here's the IP address. You can go kill him now.
To identify him. I'm not sure if they did that with IP address or with social engineering, but they identified him. They opened a case for him. They summoned him for interrogation. And after the interrogation, he contacted me immediately. And I told him, if you want to escape, you can do it tomorrow, because the UK allows for an electronic visa, some sort of electronic visa. So you can get that immediately within minutes, and you can buy the air ticket immediately. So he said, well, tomorrow, I'm not that in a hurry, but I need probably 3 days maximally. And in 3 days, he was in the UK. He escaped from there, and he has, right now a public presence on Twitter. He narrated his story on Twitter publicly, and he got asylum.
Bro, assuming that honor killings are like a regular process is so fucking insane. It's like, dude, yes, insane people engage in heinous acts. You're out of your fucking mind if you think this is like a process that is implemented through like an actual Sharia court system or whatever the fuck. It's like revenge killings. It's like a fucking husband that finds out his wife is cheating on him and then goes and fucking kills the wife. Like, that's not like, it's literally pointing to that act of a revenge killing as like some form of systematized style of violence that is like normalized. You're fucking insane. Yeah. There's no religion where like the broadest universal interpretation of murder is justifiable and under any circumstance. You act like it's normal, but in Islam, they might kill you just for leaving in Islam. Dude, shut the fuck up. I'm literally Muslim, man. What are you saying, dude? What are you saying? Bro, how are we still doing this in fucking 2024? About to be 2025, dude. Oh my God, brother. That face when white people talk to me about Islam, dude. Sam Harris and all these fucking Reddit atheists, like the damage that they've conducted on the world is so crazy. It's just funny because these exact same Reddit style atheists will dunk on Christian fundamentalists with regular frequency to be like, see, look at how violent and stupid the Bible is. Okay. But they can't comprehend that like any sort of passage they read from the fucking Quran is also subject to the same interpretation. Like, people don't do that. People are not like, oh yeah, we're fucking running around murking. You see, I know the Bible is stupid, dumbass. Oh my God. Every time there is like literally a Muslim or a former Muslim or any sort of like understanding of Islam comes up, white chatters have to come in and just fucking have a r/atheist off in the chat. They're like, nah, you don't understand, dude. At any given moment, you're subject to a fucking death penalty. What? The suspected Magdeburg attacker, anti-Muslim activist Talib, published his video shortly after his car drove into the Christian market. The government itself is the criminal. I consider the German nation, German citizens responsible for what I'm facing.
For what I'm facing.
How the fuck did he film this and post this? He was a supporter of the AFD and made conspiracy videos about Sausan Shebli and Ali Utlu. Wait, Ali Utlu? That's another Turk. He was previously in Magdeburg, but reportedly lived in Bamberg. Also, Utlu is such a funny last name. But that's another fucking Turkish right-wing grifter in Germany. What is happening, bro? What is happening in fucking Germany, dude? What the fuck is going on, bro? Oh my God, look at this guy. Ex-Muslim, atheist, ordo liberal, partelios, anti-religious and gay activist. CHP, Kemal Atatürk, laicist. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Is this like a ex-Muslim right-winger who also is a Kemalist in Germany? Bro, I'm sorry. We're so fucking cooked, bro. Turks, listen, we got to pack this shit up. We really got to do a cultural reset. We got to get together, okay? We got to shut this shit down immediately, okay? You understand me? We have to literally get together in our communities and just be like, what are we doing? Because from what I see online, notwithstanding the fucking community members that are in here, but German Turks are either like trying to behave like fucking their own version of the Salafists in the UK, but like in a very different way, in a very like ultra-nationalist, Turkish ultra-nationalist kind of way. Okay? Or they're whatever the fuck this is. Why? What is going on, man? What the fuck is happening? Ali Utlu is an ex-leftist turned AFD supporter. Don't hate on Almancıs. Never will you get inside infos again. Bro, I'm sorry, but the Almancıs are so fucking right-wing, especially when it comes to Turkish politics, all right? Almancıs are so fucking... I mean, this is Almancı. This is it. Show chat. What? The German Turk neo-Nazis? What? Arcane and the Dangers of Snowbody Mind Control? Sana ben de dahil bir sürü kişi söyledi ama anlamıyorsun. Kemalistlerin bir kısmı batıdan ve bağımsız olarak İslam ve Araplardan nefret ediyor. Yo biliyorum. Bir de Kemalistler değil. Şimdi bir de nasyonalistler de var değil mi? Neydi o diğer parti? İyi değil. Bir tane daha var. Zafer. Değil mi? Zafer miydi? Bayağı bildiğin adamlar artık iyice kafayı yemişler. Herkes kafayı yemiş amına koyayım. Ne yapacağız bilmiyorum. Ekonomi boka gitmeye devam ettiği sürece herkes iyice kafayı yiyecek daha da. Ali Utlu wants remigration, the Nazi word for deportation today. Bro, you would be fucking deported, dog. What the fuck are you saying? CHP çok solcu diye zafere geçtiler ama kendilerine hala Kemalist diyorlar. He. Unbelievably typical for the media to immediately invoke Hamas to frame it as an Islamist terror attack, only for it to be an anti-Islam fascist. Yeah. Normal bir adam yok yani. Ya illa ya şeriatçısın ya da manyağın önde gideni sağcı faşistsin yani. Yok ortada normal bir adam yok amına koyayım. Kalmadı Türkiye'de. Solcu yok zaten. Bir de gelen göçmenlerden burada bayağı bozdu söylemi var. Yeni dalga içinde. Evet bir de o da var. Tabi 6 milyon adam koyduğun zaman ülkenin içerisine direkt kafayı yiyor herkes. Amerika'ya baksana amına koyayım. Amerika'da 330 milyonluk ülkede 1 milyon adam geldiği zaman kafayı yiyor manyaklar. Aynı zamanda o 1 milyon adam da yardım ediyor ülkeye. Ona rağmen kafayı yiyorlar. Amerika hayvan gibi ülke. Türkiye de aslında hayvan gibi ülke ama 80 milyon 6 milyon biraz daha büyük bir rakam. Ona rağmen bu kadar kafayı yememeleri lazım. Herkes manyak. Bir ben sağlıklıyım. Oh my God, he's trying to distance himself. If the perpetrator is Talib al-Abdul Mazen, then I blocked him months ago because I, like other critics of Islam, thought he was a Saudi agent who spied on renegade Saudis and ex-Muslims in Germany for the Saudi state. I am shocked right now. I didn't believe it. I still don't believe it that he's an apostate. Everything he did was rather confused. He even attacked me until I blocked him because I didn't believe a word he said. I need to let all of this sink in. Manyak. What is manyak? Think about it. What could it be? It means maniac. Bro, dude. German politics is fucked for sure. But the Turkish German community is also like in a state of disrepair, it seems. Like how the fuck do you turn around? This motherfucker has an Israel, Ukraine, and German flag. And right next to it, he's like, I'm a Kemalist. Atatürk in all caps. Like, what the fuck? What happened? I feel like they hit the randomizer. You are an ex-Muslim, militant atheist, gay, not queer, so anti-trans, activist who is a part of the supporter of the fascist party. Like, how the fuck do you arrive at this? Like, it's like, at least Jesse Lee Peterson is a black guy who's a white supremacist, okay? Like, that shit's insane. That's insane for sure. But there isn't, like, so many different, unique, inherently contradictory political motivations involved with Jesse Lee Peterson. He's a black dude, and he's anti-black, okay? Candace Owens, same shit. Black woman, but a white supremacist. This guy is a Turkish migrant who is directly advocating for the mass deportation of Turkish people, okay? And simultaneously fucking complaining about like the Islamization of Germany, not realizing that the party that he's advocating for is going to deport him as well. And also he's like, I mean, pro-Israel, I guess, is par for the course in that regard. But it's just, materials analysis didn't prepare you for this one. Dude, there is nothing. German politics is so broken, dude. He's retweeting the Nazi Genocia account. Known to the police, obliged to leave the country, Islamist, every day. Didn't we just see that in your election too? I guess you're right. There's a hell of Latinos that voted for Donald Trump, but also, no, it's one step further. It's like having those actual neo-Nazi Hispanic accounts. Many such cases, Nicholas Fuentes notwithstanding. You know what I mean? So I guess we do have that as well. You got Hispanic neo-Nazis who are like leading the Nazi movement in America. You know what I mean? The accounts that are like Groyper Himmler, Groyper's Cunny Himmler 1488, and then they like will post like a photo of their arm or whatever. They'll be like, I'm white, and it's like clearly a Mexican dude. You know what I mean? No, you don't understand. I'm actually white as fuck, dog. You don't get it. And then it's like all of the rest of the fucking 4chan dweebs who are also fucking Latino and Indian and varying degrees of white as well. They're shitting on him for not being sufficiently white. Radio Genoa is a Cambodian man. I'm done. I can't tell if you're fucking around or not. I don't. It's just like the starting position for racist people is so stupid. So I guess like if you build your foundational worldview on like stupidity, you're gonna have stupid politics that make no fucking sense. You know what I mean? So I guess in a way that senselessness does make sense. Bro, so fuck. Think about it. I'm German Turk and I'm in the stream regularly because there's nothing like you in Germany. I mean, I'm sure there's some normal fucking German leftists out there. I mean, there are definitely normal German leftists out there. They're just not in the anti-Deutsche movement. Let me tell you, okay? They are not a part of that. Whatever the fuck that is, I don't know.
I guess that was like 2 weeks ago in the UK. So that's the kind of, I mean, this is an important example because he had only 9 followers on Twitter and he was anonymous on Twitter, but they used either his IP address or
Wait. If you wonder who's behind Radio Genoa, the answer is hilarious. An Asian guy from Cambodia posing as a white nationalist. Where are you from, bro? I from Thailand. Cambodia. What Cambodia? What is happening? Like, what? The brain rot goes much deeper than Ali Utlu, by the way. He's a member of the expert circle of circumcision affected ones. He's an intactivist, bro. Ali Utlu, the gay, not queer, pro-Israel, Turkish German, who is an ex-Muslim. Of course, why wouldn't he be? Okay, why wouldn't he be? Why wouldn't Ali Utlu also be an intactivist? It makes sense. He's all the other weird shit too. God damn, what a goddamn shame this is. Like, what the fuck? To be fair, a white American expat who's an ultra monarchist, loved the Thai royal family, was on the news and popped off on the net recently. People are weird. Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, I should have never stepped foot into German politics, dude. The fascinating world of German politics is littered with some of the biggest fucking freaks. Actually. If you thought you were ready, for German politics, you were not ready for it. What is this? OSINT defender Saudi accounts are now claiming that the reason he fled Saudi Arabia in 2006 was accused of rape, and that the Saudi government requested that Germany extradite him, but they refused. He was accused of rape. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not discounting it. I'm not saying that I don't believe it. But if he was like a dissident of the Saudi government, it's I'm sure that they immediately fucking would just post shit.
Social engineering to identify him, and they summoned him. They opened a investigation case for him. And if he is like, if they proved that he was criticizing Islam, he would have been definitely gone to prison. So they do this actively. It's not like just, if someone is confronting them or publicly speaking. No, they do this actively. They search for anyone criticizing Islam actively. They invest money into that, and that's why people are escaping.
So just by the way, had he not escaped Saudi Arabia, what would be the consequences of not being caught not fasting during Ramadan or skipping lunch?
Right. Let me first talk about the legal, and then some kind of the usual consequences. So the legal consequences, if he does not deny that he criticizes Islam or fasting in Ramadan, and they did not claim falsely that he is mentally ill. So he is destined to be killed officially. And it happened already to someone called Ahmad Rayeh al-Shamari, um, who, as you can find his name on the, what is that called? The American Commission for Religious Freedom. I'm the one who contacted them to add his name to their list. So Ahmed Frayeh al-Shamari teared the papers of the Quran up, and they caught him. And his lawyer argued that he was drunk and he was drug intoxicated, but that did not help. They insisted and they issued a final verdict twice, not only once, twice, execution, the death penalty for him. Still, they did not remove it until now. And they want to execute him just because he teared the Quran up.
Yeah, he's not dead. He's alive. They captured him alive. So you'll be hearing from him. Who is this guy? Apparently, he's a known ex-Muslim, Saudi, former Saudi national, and a right-wing fucking freak who's constantly talking about how Germany is Islamizing. He is, according to Welt's reporting, and reporting is coming out about him now, this account, he's the guy who drove into the Christmas the Christmas market in Germany. He killed 2 people. One was a child. He injured like upwards of 50 people. No. The number is not 11. This is the problem with breaking news coming from Twitter accounts. The initial number was 11. 11 dead. It's actually 11 critically injured, I think. But it was mostly like that's what I heard from you. No, I didn't say 11 dead. I didn't report on it until verified outlets covered it. So why did he do it? Because he's fucking insane. What do you mean? He is like, why? Why would he have done such a thing? I don't know. Why is he a fucking ex-Muslim who thinks that Germany is in the throes of jihad? Why is there another right-wing German guy by the name of Ali Utlu, who is a gay anti-trans AFD activist that wants to do remigration of Muslims in Germany, not realizing that he himself is also a part of the people that will be deported? He's also pro-Israel, but that much, that's normal. From fascist to anti-fascist alike, I think most Germans are pro-Israel. Are Turks okay? I mean, the guy is this guy is Saudi. This is just another new Turkish German guy that I found out about and immediately feel deep shame about. Not anti-fascist and pro-Israel, brother. I know they just called themselves anti-fascist. Most Germans still feel guilty about what happened. Yeah, except these guys are like Turkish Germans.
Only once, although he apologized and he claimed that he was drug intoxicated and the drug at the time. So most of them, I mean, from my own experience, I know that many of the rejected 30%, many of them are ex-Muslims. So Germany seems to be welcoming Syrians like without any issues, although many of them are not only Muslims but Islamists in the literal meaning of the word, and while rejecting many Saudis, 30% of the Saudis are rejected, and some of them I know them personally are ex-Muslims, definitely.
Well, the results of this policy are becoming quite obvious in Germany and across the West, frankly. So, and I know, actually, I can tell you anecdotally that in Canada, we rejected any people from Syria that weren't Muslim. We'd only accept Muslim refugees in Canada, according to people that I've met on the street who were Christian and had to lie and say they were Muslim, which is very curious because the Christians, you would think in a Muslim country, would have a better case for being, especially when that country was under attack by the Islamic State. Anyway, neither here nor there. So what do you see needs to be done to solve this issue?
I love the fucking right-wing fascist freaks, dude. They're so funny. He's just like this guy he's talking to at the Rare Foundation USA straight up just said Syrian refugees have to lie and say they're Muslim to be accepted because Christian Syrians are not allowed. Christian Syrians are not allowed refugee status in Canada, so they have to lie and say they're Muslim.
Well, before talking about what we need to be done, we need
incredible stuff is happening in the world. I don't know what else to say about this fucking guy. He's also an Obama is a Muslim truther. The school registered lists Barack Hussein Obama with his childhood name Barry Soetoro, his date and place of birth in Hawaii, his Indonesian nationality, and his Islamic religion. Obama, his teacher Puck Effendi in gray, and his classmates in front of his old school SDN Menteng 01 Jakarta. Can you point to a year when this right-wing shift worldwide started, or was it always there waiting in the shadows? Yes. It was always in the shadows, but it has come to the forefront it's become the prominent fixture of Western liberal politics in general, but it's always been there. Anyway, let's get to fucking Luigi again. Let's get to more comfortable waters here. You know, what a fucking insane situation. This is a funny ass way to post this though. A gay Saudi ran people over in Germany and he's pro-Israel. We'll link his account below. Go screenshot as much as you can. A gay Saudi. Also, it's funny that like even that fucking guy who's pro-Israel is like, I wish it had been done peacefully. Like even the fucking militant atheist ex-Islam guys like, man, you know, I really love that Israel is doing the gay pride shit in Gaza and the ashes of children's bodies. But like, I wish they were a little less violent about it. No, he's referring to Hamas. Oh, he's saying Israel's official account celebrates raising the gay flag in Gaza after the end of the Islamic occupation. I wish it had been done peacefully. Is he saying like, if only Hamas gave up arms peacefully, and that this is a cause for celebration? I guess that makes more sense. Anyway, here is Ryan Grimm talking about Luigi Mangione. On TikTok, a woman whose parents have been in prison and a former inmate said the taper fade haircut and facial hair grooming Luigi Mangione received while in jail was a message for prisoners to guards in his future facility not to abuse him because he's being looked after. Like many, I assume the grooming was a result of services Mangione received through his attorney and was oriented towards a media audience. I mean, I could see that. I don't know if it's a warning or whatever, but I think it's just like, yeah, people are nice to him. You can get a fade from any other dude in jail. That's what I'm saying. I thought that they said he was in solitary, so I don't know. I don't know if that's real or not, but okay. Let's watch what Ryan had to say. Ryan got interviewed by Sky News on a Sky News TikTok account about Luigi Mangione.
I wouldn't say that I endorse murder. No. But, you know. No, I don't endorse murder, but.
But what?
But I'm glad that they're a little bit nervous.
Ryan! He is no hero.
How people can like this guy, that's a sickness, actually.
This was Luigi Mangione at his latest court hearing. A villain or a hero?
Ryan!
On that question, America is divided.
America!
He's the alleged assassin who spawned a line in merchandise and in tattoos, condemned and celebrated simultaneously. If the motive...
Yeah, I don't know if they're like condemning him that much. I think the condemnations are mostly coming from like institutions. Like I've yet to meet a person who's like, this is completely unacceptable. I can't believe this happened. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm only surrounded by other people that are like-minded. But the most is like, yeah, it's kind of crazy that a murder happened in broad daylight, you know? But that's it. That's it. Like that's it. It's never like we must... under no uncertain terms, immediately criticize Luigi Mangione. He is such a bad fucking guy. You're definitely in an echo chamber. Brother, I'm not talking about online, man. I'm talking, like, why do you say you're in an echo chamber? I'm not, like, talking about people that I encounter online, okay? I think at most, it's just like, yeah, that's crazy that it happened. But also, most people don't give a shit. You know what I mean?
For murder was anger with health insurance companies. Here, the sentiment, at least, is shared.
People should have access to health care without being refused. The doctors know best, not the insurance company.
It's also funny because, like, hella fucking news outlets have written about this and they're talking about jury nullification now. They're literally talking about like the jury is going to run into serious problems because how are you going to find people that are not sympathetic to Luigi Mangione? That was a Newsweek article headline. Okay. And there are still chatters who are like, man, you're just in an echo chamber. In my house, everyone's really fucking excited about, United Healthcare's profit margins this upcoming. United Healthcare's dividends in Q1 are going to be fantastic, and that's what we're excited about in our household. This is a r/neoliberal household, sir.
My son, he was in the emergency room for malaria. I received a bill for $20,000.
If the regulators aren't going to do it, if the lawmakers aren't going to do it, if the voters aren't going to do it, at least it's nice if they've got some idea in their mind that there are ethical lines that they shouldn't cross.
In short, it's fantastically expensive, extraordinarily complex, and frustrating to most Americans.
Brian Thompson is the...
Yeah, it's like, bro, you said I wouldn't be surprised they're all CEOs. Bro, CEOs don't like healthcare. I'm telling you, one of the formative experiences I had in the state of California when I had to get my own medical insurance because my COBRA coverage lapsed after I had left the Young Turks. And at that point, I was like financially stable. I was, pretty well off. And even then, it was a rather difficult process to get the maximum amount of coverage because like they just don't offer it. They literally only offer corporate accounts maximum coverage. As a singular recipient, when you want to get healthcare for yourself, when you want to get healthcare for yourself, it literally is like they're like, nah, you can't have the best. Like, and I'm a rich guy. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. So for me, I've obviously been in the throes of the for-profit medical system before when I wasn't well off, right? And obviously that was a radicalizing factor for me. But my point is, even if you're like a wealthy person, even if you're a CEO, you can still be fucked over by healthcare. Do you understand? Like, that shit is crazy. That's why I'm saying, like, there are other CEOs out there that are like, yeah, man, this for-profit healthcare shit is like crazy. Really fucked. Yeah, with 7-figure prices for shit, even a millionaire could get a bill that makes them sweat. Yeah. Anyway, on that note, chatters, I must leave. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but fortunately for you, I'm still going to be live. I'm just not going to be live on this account. I am cutting the stream short today because I'm going to go to Nephew's stream, Jason the Ween. And I'm going to be participating in a 20v1 Riz off where I will be in Jason's ear feeding him communications. Okay? With the hopes that we find him some true love. All right? I think he's live streaming it, but I'm not sure. I think he is live streaming the process. I don't know if he's live already. But yeah, I gotta go shoot that. Is he live? Or is he not live? Oh, he is live. All right, I'll rate him. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you on the other side. Okay? All right. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord active pride.